that simple.
Yeah.
In theory, but nothing is ever that simple.
Until it crashes, or something breaks, or...
Yes.
For those of you who came here from my tweet, we were unsuccessful in getting Twitch's software to work.
It's probably my own fault. I do like your GIF that you use, though.
Yeah, I saw that one and I was like, that's the one.
Digging it.
A little funky little friend.
Yeah. Let me get this turned on. So yeah, I got an email from Twitch saying, hey, the new sound software that we have is in beta and you can try it. So I tried to, and it is clearly still in beta because I couldn't get it to work. But I think that is because it doesn't like XSplit.
Yes, we realised very quickly.
So that may force my hand into giving OBS a try. Which, you know, is like drawing blood from a stone. Getting any person to use any program that they are not familiar with.
We will adapt one day.
Nah. Yeah, one of my teachers was like, oh, you should try making this thing in Blender like everyone else. And I was like, yeah, I could do that. Or I could do it in Maya and do it 10 times faster.
Because I understand how it works.
Yeah, which was not an overestimate, because by the end of the day everyone was like, we successfully made a box. And I was like, cool, I successfully made a sword. Let me use what I know, I'm good at it.
That's a big mood. Much of my uni was also them trying to get me to do things that were outside of my comfort zone and me somehow putting them back in my comfort zone. It's like, how did you make this like everything else that you write? It's like, I don't know. I'm already distracted and we haven't even fucking started.
Yep, same. Just so stubborn and narrow-minded. It's like, yes,
stuck in our ways.
Being able to use multiple programs probably is beneficial for my employment, but I don't want to. I want to use this program.
Hello, people who are here.
Hello.
There are many people here. Hello.
Right.
I've just remembered that while you are confined to the music that Twitch will allow you, I am not. And I found a YouTube channel who just makes like mixes of music, mostly classical music, that is literally just things that I have done in stories or my D&D game.
Sure.
A playlist for waltzing with your enemy.
Oh my god, that's an aesthetic.
It's literally, what do they call it? Dark royalty core? That's just me.
That's such a niche thing, but it is good. Core, thank you for subbing. You don't ever have to do anything like that. Thank you very much. Mwah.
I think today is going to be Dancing with Ghosts in an Abandoned Gothic Cathedral. Yes, that sounds like a good mix. I've been reading Angela Carter again, so this is the mood I'm in.
I see. Let me just
okay, I'm assuming you're doing warm-ups, or will be imminently.
They will be starting warm-ups imminently. I'm just checking something.
Okay. How's audio, chat?
Yes.
While I'm unmuted.
Do me a favour and give me a good old audio check.
Yeah, I will unmute and check, but chat should also tell me.
I like how you say that you're on time. We don't have a time. Technically, I think on my schedule I say that we're scheduled to start at 7:30.
Look, but it's also there's schedule, but there's also brand. And our brand is that we never start on time.
Why do you think when I made a self-insert NPC of myself, I made her lateness a defining trait?
Mood. As far as I can tell, audio is okay, but chat will tell us if I'm lying, if I'm full of shit.
And of course, for those who don't know in the chat, I'm referring to my self-insert Pokemon OC that I put in the one-shot. It is a one-shot, it was the session 0 that ended up running for about 4 hours.
Yeah, these things happen. Sorry, Stace. One day we will be punctual, but today is not that day.
It varies wildly because
Okay.
sometimes dinner varies wildly.
Yeah. Okay. I have a fun warm-up. I'm excited about it. Because I should have done warm-up before the stream started, but I didn't because I was playing video games.
Spook's making a little bit of headway on watching some of the Critical Role episodes. Because
Hey,
he's still on season 1.
good thing I didn't spoil something
Yeah.
for you earlier. Then,
Oh my
which I
god,
never
Vax
did.
dies.
Wait, which one?
Again?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the bit he's on. The bit in the
I
bit
see.
in the Feywild, where everybody just yeah,
Tagging.
Artigan, yeah, where everyone just sort of goes, "What the fuck?"
You don't have to say it. I know. I know, and anyone in the chat room
See, I was cooking
exactly
dinner, so I was sort of coming in and out of the living room where he was watching this, and I just heard him go, making deals with an archfey, and then I just stuck my head in and said, "Wait till you see what they agree on." Wait till you find out what he wants.
What he's into.
You say
Learn a
into.
great deal about that man.
You say into, at the end he actually says, not what I expected. Oh, well.
It's good to experiment. You gotta be spicy. Right. I am going to do writing warm up. This is a fun one because the first part of it is about me and the second part of it is about my OCs.
Yes. Here we love and respect our OCs even if we torture them.
We do. Well, I was going to say love, respect.
Here we love and respect other people's OCs.
Yes, correct.
Our
Yeah.
own. Look at this dirty
I
trash
love and respect
man.
my OCs.
Garbage.
I love and respect my OCs by wanting to shake them by the shoulders aggressively until they gain some sense.
Slam dunk them into the trash.
Yes. God, do I ever. Okay, first I have to do this bit.
You're redesigning your Twitter banner again, Stacey. I've got to be honest. You are the only person I know who has redesigned their Twitter banner probably about 7 times in the time that I have known you.
Gotta have all the OCs on there
It's true.
all the time.
It's true. If I was
Valid.
competent, if I was competent, I'd probably do the same.
I think mine is just Dragon Age concept art.
I'm pretty sure mine is the wolf that I have as my desktop background.
Hey.
Or potentially it's the sunrise picture of Blue, which is like the piece of art I'm most proud of. Quickly
Oh,
checks.
yes, I
Nope,
know the
it's my
one.
nope, it's my desktop.
Mine is the concept, the only piece of, well, not the only piece nowadays, but originally the original piece of concept art for DA4. Which I imagine will change when that game actually comes out. Do-do-do-do. This is an interesting warm-up because I thought it'd be super simple and now I've given it like half a second's thought. I'm like, wait, no. Basically, it's real simple. Write 100 words on the subject of your name. Unfortunately, I have about 6 names.
That's the thing. I remember when I first met Annie when I came to visit you, and
Yeah, and I was like, well,
and one of the first things she said, you were like, "Oh, you finally get to meet Blue." And she's like, "Is Blue actually your real name?" And my response was, "Your real name is the name you pick for yourself." And she just sort of blinked at me, and I was like, "I'm sorry, I didn't
we
mean
say this. Annie is not her name.
Yeah. So your real name is the name you pick for yourself, and then I blinked and was like, "Sorry, I didn't mean to get all metaphysical on you."
Well, the other funny thing about that, I think at one point in my life, I've had like a group of people in a room and they all called me different things. So like when I hang out with like all of you lot and then Annie and my roommates, like you all call me different things.
For me, the funniest crossover is still with Spook, because obviously everybody knows him as Spook, but there's the weird crossover at work where they call me Blue, but they call him Andy, and the crossover really confuses
the juxtaposition.
My brain. It confuses my brain sometimes, because I'm like, there's either the group of people...
use both our fake names.
There's the group of people who either use our real names and the group of people who use our fake names, but Gamesy occupy the middle zone, and it really throws me off. So whenever I'm in a conversation with them, I literally flip between referring to him as Andy or Spook, and I flip constantly.
Annie got to that point also where she would just use a random roulette wheel of my names. She would just spin the wheel every time, and literally she had to point it out to me because I literally did not notice.
You just respond to all of them because they're all your names.
Yeah, like I remember when like our slot started hanging out like a lot. The Magic Crew, the Mage Crew. When I went back to hanging out with my real life friends, I like had to like take a minute to respond to my name again. Because like obviously you guys all call me Curls, and that's just like my brain is like, oh, that's your name. I went back to hanging out with my real life friends and they were like calling me my actual name, and my brain was like, what?
That happened to me like after I went to my first ever convention with all of the online friends for the first time, and they were all calling me Blue, and I was like, I actually really like this. And then I went back home and went to college the next day, and I was like, bleh.
Yeah. Whomst? To register like, oh, what? Mood though. But yeah, so I was like, 100 words on the subject of my name. Well, that's easy.
No,
wait. Which name?
The thing is now that I'm no longer in education and people call me Blue at work, that Blue is now...
it may as well be your name.
You could argue that is my predominant name now. My birth name literally only gets used by my 3 close family members.
Yeah. Even my family don't call me my actual name. They also have a nickname for me. Yeah, that's also a thing I sometimes do, Stacey. When I'm talking with you, I randomize it clearly, but when I'm talking about you guys to family that wouldn't get it, or family that don't do nicknames, it's real names all round. Because, you know. But then, like, my dad, for example, also...
Yes, he knows me, doesn't
calls
he?
everyone nicknames. Well, yeah, but also he also calls all his friends nicknames. So the fact that you're Blue just makes sense to him. I'm like, no, that's not her name, but that's her name, you know? So and he's like, oh yeah, right, fair enough.
When it comes to my family, they sort of got their head around it, even though they don't use my nickname for me. They know that Stan G is Stan G and Marsh is Marsh, even though that isn't actually their name, so they know that that's what I call them.
Yeah. Yeah, Das is... not Das, I looked at Das's name in my Discord thing. But like, my dad's got the hang of like people, what I call people. So he knows that I talk about Blue, K, and Das a lot.
Yes.
Does he register that they're like what that represents, other than they're people? I don't know.
See, I'm lucky because I can disguise mine. As Stacey says, I can kind of disguise mine as an actual name. Sometimes I get away with it, but every once in a while, oh bless you. Because I got into the habit now of, oh, goodness, bless you.
Bless you again.
Third one, or no? Okay. Right. As I was saying, at conventions, obviously because I get called Blue at work, at conventions I got used to introducing myself as Blue, and also the girls would introduce me as Blue, and quite often I get away with it, but there is the occasional moment where there is a pause, and sometimes people will say, is that actually your name? And I'll go, no. But then I don't follow up.
No, there's no follow up to that. That's the thing.
No, it's
as far as nicknames go, Curls is not really... Like, I think that's a pretty common nickname, as far as nicknames go. Or some version of it.
Yeah, like, I think my dad even has someone at his workplace who he nicknames Curly. He just goes, hello, Curly.
Common. Yeah, so Curls is fine. Like, people are like, oh, I understand. the context of this, you know.
For me, it's like that's all I've ever known you as. To call you anything else would feel
Yeah.
strange to me.
It feels weird. Yeah.
It's like when
It's like when I used to talk to my mum and I used to use your real name. It's like, oh, I don't like this.
Yeah,
Not that there's anything wrong with your name, but it doesn't feel right.
Unfortunately, Das can be a bit of a culprit for this sometimes, especially with
Looking at you,
Trips.
Das,
Quite
in your
often he comes into a channel if we're talking to Trips and he goes like, "Oh, I was just talking to Ben," and everybody goes,
Whomst.
"That's not his name. Call him Trips."
Jablabs.
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 So, yeah.
Anyway, 100 words. My name. Right, I can do this.
Like the girls call Syraxia John, and I'm like, no, no, and they're like, but that's his
No?
name, and I'm like, yes, but no.
If anything, his name would be Rufus.
Anyway, let's not go on this subject too long before we drop everyone's real life name. Leak people's real names.
It's like for a lot of people it is on their Twitter and stuff like that. So for
That's
some,
true, yeah.
for some people it is like public.
Wow, this song is creepy as hell. Hell yes. It does mean I get to write lines like this, though. The first line of this warm-up is, I always tell people my name is from a book, but that is just one of my names. And now I seem like an elder god, which is infinitely cooler.
It is very cool. I go by many names.
I go by many names.
There are some who call me.
That's really, anytime my... I knew where you were going with that. That's what, really, all my NPCs who are like, that's like one name that I have, or that's the name you could use. Really, just their other names are just embarrassing nicknames that they don't want to tell you. That's canon now.
That is quite often the fun part of dealing with Faye as well, because with Faye it's like
Oh
true
my God.
names and
It's
nicknames.
like time for 70 different fake names that I have to
so
remember.
it's like you can. It's always the phrase you can call me this.
This, yeah.
You can call me
Oh,
X.
What did Orisanda say? Oh, we're doing fake names. This is fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
What did you all went for animals?
Yeah, we all went for the animals that we'd come up with earlier when we went to see Ferret. Because we were.
Oh my God, yes!
Yeah,
I
so it
forgot
was
that
like,
Ferret also.
yes, so we've got. What was it again? It was badger, fox, wolf.
Badger, fox,
Lion?
wolf, lion.
Did
I
we
think.
go with lion or bear?
Yeah.
I can't remember. Das is not here to correct. Probably lion.
No, I think that's correct. I think it's lion. See,
Because
Frog,
I know
you've
that
preempted me because the second part of this exercise is talking about my OC's names, but we'll get to that.
I get confused because I know that Das has expressed to me on a few times that part of him wishes it was bear instead of lion, and I'm like, you should make that make that a character thing. Make it a character thing that he wants the bear instead of the lion.
Yeah. When in doubt, if you want to change something about your OC, write it in. Write it in somehow. That's how I've always done it.
Well, it's like, oh, it's the family crest, and it's like heraldry changes all the time.
And also, you can have individual heraldry, not just family heraldry.
Like, make it a story arc. It's the good stuff. I don't know. Das is not here to listen to this, which is.
Do we have Oakart this week? We do, don't we? I should have asked the chat this before I
You're
said it on
the
the
DM.
stream. I'm putting it in the group chat. It's happening.
You're the
yes.
DM. You ask if we have Oakart this week.
If anyone should know, it should be me. I never claimed to have control over my own campaign.
That's fair.
Does anyone?
We haven't got D&D tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, I know we don't tomorrow.
Das has already posted that.
But yeah, anyway. Are you still doing warm-up, or have I successfully distracted you?
You successfully distracted me.
Fuck. Do warm-up.
I'm onto lines, I've done circles, we're onto lines.
Okay. This is a fun exercise because now I'm trying to write about my name without putting what my name is.
That should
Hey,
be, that should
nice
be
one,
the
bro.
exercise, write about your name without saying what your name is.
Without saying what your name is. Now it just sounds like a riddle.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Worst things you can do than spend your time writing riddles. I've spent too much time playing that fucking game today. This is how they all talk. Ugh.
Which game were you playing?
Other than my Inquisition addiction, which is well documented, I've been for a few hours every evening, I've been playing a game called Elsinore, which I haven't talked about before, I know, to you, but we will do it for the sake of the stream. It's a game set in the events of Hamlet, Shakespeare play of fame, where you play Ophelia, and you are stuck in a time loop, at the end of which you die. And you are trying to solve things in the events of Hamlet, in which famously everything goes badly and everyone dies. Trying to stop yourself getting assassinated and framed as suicide. And it's one of those, I said this to you earlier, but again, it's one of those games where every single thing that happens is like, what is happening? Because it's one of those things where it's one of the games where you learn secrets by talking to people, and then you can use those secrets to talk to other people to get them to do things. And sometimes I think I know what I'm putting into motion. I'm like, well, if I tell Hamlet this before he kills this person, then that won't happen, and this will happen. And that's not what happens at all. It's like, it's a crazy, it just, like, every time I'm like, well, I think I'm getting close to the truth, everything blows up and goes insane. Like, it's a great goddamn game. It's so good, and I can't believe I can't find anyone who's played it other than me. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. It's a very simple game in terms of how it's like, how it plays, but holy shit. I did one run where I got Hamlet killed in the first, like, 2 hours of the first day. It's 3 days before you get killed.
Oh, okay.
There's one where I managed to get Hamlet killed in, like, the first hour, and everything that happened after it was ridiculous.
I imagine so.
Everything that happened after. There's one where Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, I can never say her name. They're ladies in this version, for people in chat who are familiar. But there's one where Rosencrantz comes up to you and is like, hey, I want you to tell everyone that I'm dead. And then when everyone goes to the graveyard for my funeral, I'm gonna jump out and surprise them. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's... it's great. It's really good. But, like, I just play it in sections because if I play it all day, I will go insane. Like, I will be, like, it will suck me in and destroy me. Yes. You should do that, Frog. Absolutely, you should do that.
Again, the horizontal lines are my downfall.
Finding your weaknesses. Hey, I know this piece of music.
I was watching a video about the whole drawing from the shoulder thing, and they literally said we're taught from a young age how to write words, but not really how to draw, which is why drawing from the shoulder is actually feels very natural for a lot of people at the start, because you're literally never taught how to do it ever. And I was like, okay, well, at least I feel valid for not knowing what people mean when they say draw from the shoulder.
I can understand that for sure.
Also, in the example that I saw, they were like, it's very useful when using a canvas and using a pencil, and I'm like, I'm using neither of those things, I'm using a tablet and tablet pen.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. As much as we're taught to write, we're not taught to write in a way that is kind to our wrist muscles.
No, strange
or
that, isn't
indeed any arm muscles, if my exams taught me anything. So yeah, I feel that may be universal, but yeah, it doesn't feel... That's why I really love drawing on my blackboard, because it's such a different, like, set of muscles and skills.
Yeah, I
was talking to my dad about this.
I enjoyed drawing on the whiteboard when I was in school.
Yeah, I was explaining something to my dad. My dad was a painter to some extent in his free time. And my dad really loves, like, oil paint. And I was like, I just kind of understand how chalk acts. Whereas paint, I don't really understand sometimes when I'm painting why it's acting that way.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, well, it just might be your medium then. And I'm like, do I have a medium? Strange art things. It is fun though. Would recommend everyone messes around with some chalk in their lives. Because I used to do that. We used to have like a paved section of my back garden when I was growing up. And like I used to just get a big old thing of chalk. And I used to just draw on them. So I think it's accessing that fun child part of me. See, that's interesting. See, that's the thing with writing. We don't really have mediums per se. It's much more boring in that respect.
You say that. I have heard tell of like writers who like literally can only write on like a typewriter or can literally only do it on hand.
I write very differently. I suppose this is probably true for artists, like visual artists. But I write very differently on a keyboard versus by hand versus on a typewriter. Like, the actual way it comes out is different. If that makes sense.
No, I think I get you.
I write the most by hand. Jesus, that is exam brain if I could ever tell you. I can write so much so quickly by hand. But normally it's a bit less elegant. It's pretty rough. Like, it's pretty like this and this and this and this and this. I'm not going to be able to explain this very well at all, I'm realizing. And then on a typewriter it's almost the exact opposite. I'm usually not doing a lot of action on typewriting, but then I'm also not writing very much with typewriters, because let me tell you, I have a vintage typewriter from the 70s, 60s, and let me tell you, that will give you cramps in your wrists very quickly. And then typing is in the middle, because that's the one I've practiced the most. Yeah, that makes sense to me, Frog. Although I learned in college that I don't hold a pen correctly either. So, I probably don't hold pencils correctly.
Oh, I know for a fact that I don't hold my pen correctly, and I never have.
Yeah.
Even,
I have never done this right, and I do not intend to start now.
Even when I was a kid in school, I got told that I was holding things incorrectly, and I hold my cutlery incorrectly as well. But I was like, it just feels better.
Hands work one way, cannot adjust.
Yeah, the one thing I saw the other day, like, is I tend to sort of hold my pen like this, which is like a claw kind of grip. One thing I saw the other day is that you should actually try to hold your pen with your top finger pointing out like that, so you have less muscle strain. And I was like, how in the hell can you control it if you're not even holding onto it with one of your fingers?
Oh God!
I was like,
mimicking what you're doing.
That does not feel natural in the slightest.
I'm gonna get a cramp in the inside of my thumb if I hold this pen like this. I like. Oh God. I don't know what the names of all the yeah. I like press the grip part. I'm holding like a standard biro. I like press the grip part into the side of my middle finger's nail really hard when I write, and
this is kind of how I hold a pen.
Because it's pulling my.
So it sits firmly in the rest there, it gets clamped down onto this finger, which I control there, and then it rests on this finger. So I actually have a little bit of a knobbly sort of I don't know what you'd call it, but I have a thing on my finger which is basically from a lifetime of resting my pencil on it.
Is it like a weird dent?
It's not even. No, it's the opposite. It's like a raised. It's like a raised bit. It's actually the opposite.
Yeah.
Because my parents were always like, oh, you need to hold it like a try with 3 fingers there, and I was like, absolutely not. I hold it like that because I can clamp onto it and it control. Yeah, again, I probably use my wrist too much. I don't move my fingers a lot, and I move my wrist a lot, which will probably cause me pain in future years.
Yeah, I'm one of those people. Most of my hand is flat against a piece of paper when I'm writing, and I don't move my whole hand very much, which is why my handwriting is completely illegible. Same as Blue. I use my yeah, I think that's basically what I do. But I think if you hold a pen like properly, but you put your middle finger under the pen instead of on the side. That's what I do. It's hard to explain. I would put my camera on and show you, but I can't be bothered. And also, it would mess up Blue's stream setup, and I wouldn't do that to her.
In this particular setup, it wouldn't mess it up because I haven't got Discord camera as a source. So in this instance, it would be fine. It's when we're playing D&D.
Potentially, I could show you.
Yeah, it's when we're playing D&D and adding a new camera moves all the other cameras.
Oh, let's test that.
Okay, I will need to add it as a source.
I hold my pens like this.
Hang on. Let me get.
Let me put my camera in a decent place. If I'm going to be on here,
add source, screen capture. Give me a second.
Use my
stream.
hair. I should have thought. We should have thought of this before.
There we go. Now there's the 2 of us.
Hello, I'm also here.
High five.
It's like,
nailed that one.
yeah, if I put my hand here, it'd be like, that's the edge. That's the edge of my window.
Wait, is it this side?
It's the other one for me on my end.
Fuck.
So it's like,
There we go.
yeah. Oh god, we're such nerds.
Gross.
Okay, there's a little bit of a black strip on the side, but
Hello, Jeff.
what the hell? I'm a professional streamer. It's fine.
Can you? There's no way to flip it around, is there? And put the black strip off the side of the screen.
I probably could.
What's that?
Layout? Flip.
I cannot stream from my computer, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would.
Oh, that looks weird to me because I'm not used to seeing.
Seeing my room that way around.
Yeah.
That's the way round it is for me
that's
when
the
I
way
look at the camera.
Yeah, that's the way it's around for you. I mean, I guess that gets better. I guess that gets rid of
It's still the wrong way round, but yeah.
I don't like it. Nope, I'm changing back.
I'm
like it.
changing it back. Okay, so the whole reason we even wasted our time with this is because I hold my pens like this.
Oop. There we go.
Put it up. So I'm like
it's
pressing it into
it's
this
slightly
part of my finger there.
Yeah, it's slightly reminiscent of how I'm holding it, to be honest. Mine.
But normally it's much closer. But normally it's like right at the top here.
Yeah, it's quite reminiscent of how I hold it. But mine is very much sort of resting on that finger. I guess I do press it down onto it a little bit, but it's more being pressed between these two, and just resting on the
I
third
just
finger.
press it because I don't treat myself kindly. Okay, pen away, self. Okay, we'll use a nice underlighting of the Google Doc.
Aha! I got rid of the black strip. There we go.
There we go. Haha. Hello, chat. I'm not normally here in the flesh.
I don't know why we didn't
know
do
what's
this
happening
to
to me
like
today.
start with.
Because normally when I'm writing, I look like this. Hang on. This is how I started the stream. I'm normally like this. It was a little writing gremlin.
Just sort of like.
I just become slowly, and also my writing face is an interesting one. You will see it on stream
I
today.
mean, people get to see my.
I have
art
new
face.
glasses. I can see.
I'm not always conscious
sure
of what
that
my
was-
face does when I draw art. I think I stick out my tongue a lot.
Nope. I can't promise that you will not see some of that from me today, T. What the fuck was I doing? Right.
Thanks. Yes, I can touch my nose with my tongue.
Are you doing a blue warm-up?
I am doing a blue warm-up, as is my default warm-up for most things.
It's fine. I'm just gonna move the camera a little more this way so you can't see the mess. There we hide the mess. Nope. There we go.
Remember when we danced with pride? Didn't last long, you were out of sight. Moonlight lightens up the night, the night, the night, the night. Can you still recall what was before? I knew you'd be gone, but without a doubt, I thought together we belong. Always remember those sweet, oh, sweet memories that we then had. Sweet sweet
Definitely needed to do this warm-up because I'm doing that thing where I use the word that sounds the same but isn't the right one.
What is it this time?
Just like the simple ones like red, red. It's.
Alright.
Just like I'm just not. My brain's not here yet. Also, and this is a classic me, capitalizing the word it for some reason. My brain's like, well, an I on its own is capitalized, and there's only one letter more than that. My brain doesn't always work.
Let's take the wax and go. Just the two of us. Just kidding. What's gotten into you? You're the one that's changed.
Hey, Das.
Hey, there he is. Wondered when you were going to turn up. The man himself.
Okay. We'll finish this together. I'll race you.
Whoops, this was meant to be 100 words. When you have like 8 names to explain, suddenly there's a lot more. Okay. Do this again, but then do it for other people. Cool. This book just added me. Putting that away. My writing books are not allowed to at me. For people who have wondered, by the way, this is the book I use for writing warm-ups.
Oh,
In case you're
okay.
curious. This is a creative writing course book. Who edited this? Who did this? Julia Bell and Paul Maggers? Is that how you say that name? But it has sections for every stage of the writing process, from like conception to publication. and they all have little prompts in them, so I use them for warm-ups.
That's pretty dope.
Yeah. Blue, give me one of my own characters. You know many of them.
I mean, that just arguably makes it harder, though, the fact that I know so many of them.
I know even more of them than you do is the problem.
That's fair.
I can take a couple, so yeah, I'll take Glory from Das, that's an easy one actually.
Okay, Glory's an easy one. Okay,
Andre, I'll take Andre as well.
go for Andre. Cordelia.
And I'll have to talk about it. Okay, those are the 3 I'll do. I'll do those 3 for now, and then I might do more, because why not?
Or if
I
we're
have to
going
write
for,
about their names.
if we're talking about names, is Fenna more interesting for names?
Yes, but I can tell you nothing about it. I may also do
Fair.
Fenna, because I can. Glory's an easy one, because Glory's relationship with her name is... well, she picked it, so... Andre's is interesting because I know why I've called him Andre out of character. Because it's a reference. But, in character I need to work out. To be honest, I'll probably be talking more about Astor there than Andre. If that makes any fucking sense.
I'm sure it makes sense to you.
One day, maybe, it will make sense to you if you don't get him killed or kill him.
I think the latter is more up to him. I'll be honest.
Is it though?
Yeah! Presently, we have decided not to kill
Doubt.
him. Presently,
That's a
we've
temporary decision and I know that.
Well, yeah, but it's up to him as to whether that decision gets revoked or not.
That remains a temporary decision. Have Hurry stand on something or be on someone's shoulders.
I love drawing tails, they're so easy. You just do a swoosh.
I love that you have all these things that you draw regularly that like most people are like, fuck, these are difficult things to draw, and you're like, it's easy.
Oh, you mean
Tails,
like when
wings.
I do this and I just go fwa 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 and it's a wing.
You've done a wing. Good job.
Ta-da, wing. Good stuff.
I love that you worked out how to emote Hurry's ears. It's like I knew exactly what you meant.
That's wonderful.
I looked over and I was like, oh, it's Hurry's ears. It's Hurry's ears sticking out from the bottom of the screen. Oh, come on, brain. Oh no. I do remember. No, I do remember this. Oh, thank God. I was like, do I remember Glory's old name? Yeah, yeah. Thank God. I was like, if I've already started forgetting Glory lore, I'm gonna get upset. Whoops. I accidentally just called you on. I nearly just accidentally called you on Discord on my phone, which would have really confused it. Don't worry, Das, I did remember. Weirdly, I remembered... I remembered Faith's before I remembered Glory's. I'm getting all my adverbs out now. So if I can't use adverbs later, I'm using them the fuck now. Yeah. Do your art. It's the art stream.
Art
Do it.
stream.
If you're gonna do it at any time, we do it now. My sleeves are really adding drama to this.
Them's casting sleeves.
Yeah, this is my warlock outfit. A little scandalous, difficult for doing washing up in. That's one thing I have learned. Great sleeves means it's difficult to cook or do washing up. Okay. 99! I almost got a dot on 100.
Ah, it's close
Glory,
enough.
glory coming through for me again. It's pretty sweet, actually. I'm gonna read this for chat, even though it's a warm-up, because I know there are people in here that will appreciate this. Glory was a child's wish. I was 0 before that, the inheritor of a line reluctantly but permanently demonic. The desire to be Glory was one rooted in a dream of adventure, a life of pirateers, heroic exploits, and dastardly plots. I thought those things were simple then. Swoop in, kill the bad guys, save the day, get the girl, all that nonsense. It's romantic in hindsight. It was not in reality. Though, as is tradition with an omen you build for yourself, it was Glory that I unquestionably attained. I'm sure my mother is laughing about this somewhere.
Brilliant. Love it.
And she was.
Brilliant. Nice.
The way that Glory's name worked out as well as it did is beautiful.
That's the whole point.
Tiefling names.
That's
great.
The whole point. The whole point is like they pick a name
Yeah.
of something they want to achieve.
As
and
is
she-
tradition with an omen you build
and
for
she
yourself.
did
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Even though she realised along the way that she didn't really want it. Because it's me.
Well, I think the warm-up blue's done.
Hey, I'm gonna do more name stuff because this is fun. Who am I talking about? Who did I say I was gonna do next? Andre. Andre.
I'm gonna save that. I'm quite happy with it. Oh. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Ah, yes. Pray tell me what is in my recent.
Oh? Are you going back to an art? What have you... No, I know what you've done. I need to tab in. I don't need to tab in. I'm gonna, but I don't need to because I know what it is. Shit, my laptop.
I'm obligated to bring this back every week.
I'm trying to do art, Blue.
I have made art.
And you have very successfully made art, that is true. What you have done is here is peaks.
Oh no, I've peaked too early. I'm obligated to bring this back every week.
You'll get sick of this before we will, chat.
But to be fair, I may actually tackle finishing this off. Oh Jesus, that's still there. There we go.
Hey.
Because this is really close to being
Hey.
somewhat done.
Yeah.
It's one of those awkward things that happens with all of my characters when I draw them with their wings open, is that because I know that wings need to be big, they take up a large amount of the picture, so they inevitably just end up
But
going
that's
off.
drama.
They tend to just go off the picture because it's like, I'm gonna cut this short, so that's why these wings just sort of go off into nothing, because I'm like, the finished version of this picture is probably going to be cropped and not have them.
That's fine. That's valid. Hello, music? Oh, this is just very quiet, this track. I can tell this is Andre because it's using words like resplendent. 104, fuck! I will get one of these dead on. I'm only doing one more. Oh, I'm doing two more.
I'd be
I'm
surprised
probably
if you can
gonna
get
defend this
closer
as
than 99.
well. That's a fucking challenge.
That's part of the
Without
fun, I
thinking
guess.
about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Try to do it without thinking about it, and just whenever I'm like, okay, that's enough. What I said do next, Cordelia. God. Okay. We're talking about Cordelia's relationship with her name. Okay.
Mhm.
Cordelia Fallon.
How much can I choose this?
The immortal artist question.
Yep, pretty much.
Unfortunately, unlike me with writing, you can't just be like, I'll just skip this scene. I don't need it. And that's how I choose things. Unfortunately for you, you have to actually consider it.
Oh, that's not a thing I can do.
I thought I had done something wrong.
No, it was me. By having your Discord camera on the stream now, I now cannot check my Discord because that minimises the camera.
No, I can turn it back off.
No, I like having your camera on. I just have to remember to check it on my phone if somebody messages me. So,
That's what I do. I just have my phone with me.
so shout out to anybody on the stream who tries to message me on Discord. I will have to check it on my phone instead.
Yeah, that's what I do. Am I gonna have to look at my notes for a writing warm up? This isn't right. What?
I mean, we've been going for an hour.
Like, what?
We've been going for an hour already.
Have we?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? I shouldn't be doing warm up still, but here we are.
That's kind of what I was saying. I was like, you're still doing warm-ups. We've been here for an hour.
I'm just having fun.
To be fair, your warm-ups take longer than mine.
Yeah. I think I'm mostly just dicking about, but that's okay.
It's part
Where
of
the
the evening,
fuck?
man.
That's true. I deliberately wrote this down in a place where it would be easier to look at, and now I can't find it.
That's always the way.
Aha! There it is. That's what I thought it was. Trusty gut, trusty gut.
Aww, Daz. Aww.
Mine's not coming. Hang on, I'll reload my Discord on my phone.
You drew the thing. Aww.
Hang on, I'm trying to load it.
Girl's just waiting for the picture to load. Aww.
I'm trying to get Discord to load. Oh, look at the baby. Das is doing good art, people in chat. Yeah, it's fine. My phone struggles with life.
Yo, those wings are great. See, they're not too. You've already got like the idea of how you do it. It's just the swoosh. Nailed it. What are you talking about? You know what I could actually do with having Totoro on my chair because I can partially rest my arm on him. I was like, something is missing here, and it's a partial armrest. Hey, that's
I just realized what I'm listening to. Is this like a creepy instrumental version of Once Upon a Dream? It straight up is.
probably.
Ethereal remix? This is cool as hell. Wait, I'm listening to that again.
I'm guessing
I only noticed
it's
what
probably
it was right at
I'm
the end
guessing
there.
it's a remix of the one they did for Maleficent or whatever, because they did a.
It isn't. It's like, yeah, the Lana Del Rey one is great. This is like the original, like piano. It's like a piano version of the melody, and then it sounds really distant and like it's echoing. I'll send it to you after the stream because it's very well. I'll send it to you and then you can listen to it after the stream. Copy URL at current time, please. But you'll see what I mean.
honestly, the bit that I struggle the most with on wings is literally this bit that I'm on at the moment, which is where the sort of like the round bit at the base of the wing comes up to meet top of the wing, which is this segment here. That's the bit getting that join is the hard bit.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Because this bit at the end is
Because
basically
that's really just feathers. It's the bone that's the angle, isn't it?
yeah.
It's
So
the
so like,
feathers
because
that are
like
sitting on top of each other.
the tip of the wing is basically repeating this that I've done here. The tip of the wing tends to be very obviously like defined feathers fanned out, and then basically as you get lower down, the fan disappears until it becomes more of a curve, and it's that transition that I struggle with the most. Oops.
Fuck 92. Hey.
Oh, let's have a look-see.
It's so funny how they're just like
Hey.
outlines, but I can work out who most of them are.
I mean,
Ears.
ears, antlers,
Yep.
shoulders.
To learn.
That's their initials.
Cordelia.
It's not spelling it. It's not spelling out a word. It's not spelling out a word. Yeah. It's not spelling out a word. That's
I was like,
their
what the fuck
names.
is Spook talking about? And then I
Plan to learn.
It's not
There you
even,
go,
it's not a
Stacey.
T.
Now
either.
you've got to take that word and make it another character, and then the world will break.
That's the thing. I know that that's meant to be Journey, so I know that's meant to be J. But I could see why you think that's a T.
Learn.
Spook's just sounding drunker and drunker as he tries to pronounce it.
Furdy.
Is he drunk or is he Swedish?
Keyless impression of a Swedish person.
Right, instead of flailing around with the lines, let's try to refine the sketch slightly to see if this will help.
Cordelia making me feel things. Mm-mm. I did not get 100 words, but I did get 101 words, which is almost more appropriate.
Fair enough.
There we go. Fenner's one is done. And now I actually have to do real writing. That was a fun one, though.
Good. Well, I thought it might be, that's why I suggested it.
Oh, Fenner. What am I going to work on today?
That is the question.
Oh, right. This might take more planning than actual writing. Sure. I might have to do some planning. Because I said last week... I guess I'm gonna hold myself to this.
Yeah.
I guess I'll have standards for myself. I said last week that I was gonna do the precursor to the awful angel place one. This is gonna take some thought. Because I've got to work out how this lady actually died, which I avoided in the last one.
Ah, yes.
Plot. My enemy.
That's how all characters react. Plot. Well,
Me
if
at-
it isn't
me
the
at uni.
consequences of my actions. Or more accurately, well, if it isn't the consequences of the story I wrote myself.
If it isn't the consequences of the awful backstory my creator gave me. I'm liking these colours you're putting down. I know we talked about it a lot last week, but I do.
I mean, currently I'm outlining sort of what her feather markings are going to look like.
Yeah.
Which just shows that even when I'm focusing on art, I still get distracted because I was meant to be sketching out the transition bit and I immediately got distracted.
I was like, but what if I did something I like more than that?
So I get to sketch out pretty patterns. That's one fun thing about Kika in comparison to Kirok. It's fun, but it's also more awkward, is that Kirok was canonically a solid colour, whereas Kika canonically has markings, which obviously I can then draw and is fun to do, but then means that also that drawing her every time is irritating.
Yeah, you have to find references and shit.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to do an exercise in the writer's greatest skill. Plagiarism.
Ah, of course. Yeah, Kirok was canonically leucistic, which I'm not entirely sure if that's how you pronounce it, but Kirok was leucistic, and I guess technically is, but had her colour changed via magic, which is why she was.
Oh, I thought you were meaning like she might be dead.
No, it's referring to her colour, her colouring. Because much like all of my birds, she was based off a species of actual bird, but she doesn't have that species markings because she was leucistic, which is a form of albinism. So that's what Kirok was, and then her magic turned her blue, and I was like, well, she's still leucistic, technically, because she doesn't have the markings that she should have as the species, but her pigment has been replaced with the colour blue. Dang magic.
Wild magic sorcerers out here making everything more complicated.
You don't have to tell me, Besso's first character is a wild magic sorcerer, and he had his first surge on the weekend. Baby's first
His
magic
first,
surge.
oh, I mean your, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh no, your first character is a wild magic
His
sorcerer.
first character is a wild magic sorcerer.
Insane.
I know, but thankfully on both occasions I've been in his party. The first time he went out though, he didn't have any
So you can be like, Let me help you.
Yes, you should do this. But the first time we went out, he didn't have any surges.
I don't think I could play a sorcerer. I've played for years.
They're fun. The second time though, we were like, okay,
Yeah.
we need to try to use the surge mechanic because it is part of your class, so we're kind of instructed in on how it works. And I was like, well, we homebrewed it a little bit and did it this way, which Spook was open to.
Yeah.
And yeah, he had two surges, and they weren't they weren't disastrous, which is good because they could
Also
have been.
great.
Yeah, he summoned a
Yep.
Modron, which promptly didn't really do anything, which was good. And his character grew by 4 inches.
Also good.
Also very good. But it made me draw my breath because the fireball one is an 8, is 7 to 8, and he rolled like 10, and I was like, boy.
No one dicks around with fucking 3rd level fireball centered on yourself.
Oh, we're only level 3, so like that can be a party killer.
Yeah, that would be it.
At our current level, that could be a party killer, which would suck majorly.
One magic sorcerers up to like level 5 is like the ultimate Russian roulette. It's like at any point they may TPK the party, you've just gotta hold it back until
Yeah.
you get high enough level.
Like at least you can sort of roleplay like if it's something you're aware of. Like Kira from her backstory knew that bad stuff could happen from her surges, so she tried to distance herself. Not like distance like emotionally, literally physically stand sort of 20 feet away from people. Just
Fly.
Just be like, hey, occasionally I may explode, and it did happen once. Doug, you only didn't die because we thankfully had a cleric who felt like healing you, which was lucky in and of itself because
And as we well know, we are reliant on the moods of clerics.
Simon is playing a death cleric, so very much not in the mood of rezzing people generally. But hello, Doug. Nice to see you. Do, 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 do. That silent moment where everyone is concentrating.
Brain doing think, cannot speak when doing think.
No. Engage brain.
Shout out to everyone on stream who just watched me lose my mind looking for this fidget cube.
I should get one of those because when I'm fidgeting, I tend to fidget with like my hair and my scalp, which is not good.
Yep. Yeah. The reason I have this, there's a couple of reasons I have this, but one of them is because when I am idling or nervous, I fidget with things, but mainly I destroy things.
Oh.
I am one of those people where like I can't have stress balls because if at any point they like crack on the edge, I will like idly just start tearing it
apart. Yeah.
If I'm holding a piece of paper, so like when I used to have like parents' evenings and stuff,
You tear
and like
it
I had
and
the
scourge it up.
schedule for when I had to see different teachers. By the time we got to like the last 1 or 2 teachers, I would have torn it to pieces. And I wouldn't like be consciously doing it. It's just my hands do what they will. So
Yeah.
when I got given this, I was like, I can't break this. Like it's pretty well constructed. So this has lasted me 4 years.
Dope. I've had a few.
Because I haven't found an inn yet.
I've had a few instances where I'm like, I should get a fidget cube. Generally after something happens, and I'm like, man.
To be fair, I didn't buy this. This is actually from my bank. When I went in to do meetings about student bank account stuff, this is very boring. They had a
so
bunch of like
wild.
fidget cubes.
That's so
And,
wild
like,
that a bank
stress
was
toys and
giving them
stuff.
out. That's so wild.
Well, it wasn't giving them out. They had them like in like the private meeting rooms. They had a bunch of them on the desk, and I was like sitting there and I was trying to process what they were saying. And I'm one of those people where if I'm trying to process something, like really, I need to do something with my hands.
I see.
And so I was like, can I just hold on to this? And they were like, yeah, you can have it. If it helps, you can have it. And so I have it. It just says mortgages on it for some reason.
Terrifying.
barely, but it's
Terrifying.
still there. Oh god.
Naren has subscribed as well. Thanks, guys. You don't have to sub to me. You really don't, but thank you. Mwah.
Yeah, this has gotten me through many a lecturer meeting without destroying something. Which is good, because dissertation meetings would have been dangerous if I was still in a paper destroying mood. Also, it makes good noises, which is a benefit.
Click, click.
ASMR. But yes, I'm currently needing this because I'm having to come up with things. I need people. I need people for this adventure that's going to involve a murder. Probably not an intentional murder, but a murder. Trying to work out how many... I have dice for this. Why am I...
Yeah, freaking D&D, that's, you know.
D&D the writing. I'm going to use the dice that I like, and I'm going to use a D4 because I'm not putting more than 4 main characters in this shit.
Doug, you
I
don't
love
have
myself
to
too much.
apologise in the slightest. I don't expect anybody to be dropping subs on me.
I got 1, but that's boring. I did that last week. 2. Okay, I can do that.
We can vote with 2. You can have a dialogue with 2.
Yeah, exactly. My phone's yelling at me because I need to take medicine.
Take your medication, kids. Alright, we'll take a temporary break to top up drink as well, because my water bottle is almost empty.
Ooh, yeah, I'm also gonna go grab a drink. Oh, the best I know! Do you know what? I'll
No,
stay.
Bessa,
We'll do it like
every
normal.
time.
I'll stay and you can come back.
Every time. Das! Bad! Squirt ball! You guys don't have to sub to me, but thank you.
This is like the reverse of most Twitch models. Right, if you want to go get a drink, I will wait.
I'm gonna
And then
top
when
up
you
my
come
drink,
back,
and I guess I'll probably nip to the loo as well.
Yeah. It's that time again. Hello, people. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna write today. I don't know what the fuck I'm writing. Apparently it has 2 characters in it. Should I grab Xanathars and just start rolling shit? See what comes up. We just randomize whatever's on your Spotify, Besso. I don't know if, like, the shuffle is just unkind to a particular song. Or whether it's put itself in a weird part of your Spotify profile. Yeah, that makes sense. Distant sounds of mayhem. That you guys probably can't hear because Blue's probably been smart and muted the stream, but I can hear. Spook is jump scaring me. Good to know, Bess. I'll point it out to Blue when she comes back. If she comes back. Mwahaha. I don't. Who knows? Who knows what the fuck is happening? I am gonna write something. I feel like this lady was not murdered as much as, like, where I'm visualizing the place where she died. I feel like it was probably an accident. I feel like it might have something to do with... I'm nicking a plotline from something else here, but I feel like these 2 people have a book, and that book they need to get somewhere safe. Why, how, and what that book is are all questions that I have. And also who these people are, because I kind of like the idea of them being delinquent youths, but they might not be. Wow, this mix that I'm listening to really loves creepy Sleeping Beauty covers. I'm in for it, but like, wow, there's a lot of them. And like, not the Lana Del Rey ones, like extra creepy ones. I put my naming book away, which was a very stupid thing to do. Oh, Besso, I'm listening to various YouTube mixes from... I should probably tell people that basically there's a YouTube channel called Olivia Ale, but with a bunch of extra letters. And they just make mixes of very hyper-specific but dark and dramatic scenarios. Who are these people? How did they come to be here? I bet there's a generator for this. Random character generator 5e. It knows me. Yeah, what are people in chat working on? I love random character generators because they always turn out the dumbest stuff. I'm fighting the urge to make this a time loop story because I've been playing Elsinore all day. Spook, what the fuck are you doing? And here we see, in his wild habitat, Spook up to some shit. What have you done? I don't know what Spook has done. He has definitely done something, but what he has done... we will find out, probably, when Blue gets back. What the fuck? This was a random... I'm on just a random character generator, not to use them, but just to get ideas. But like... This is one of the random profiles it gave me. Claire is a scheming teenager who finds it hard to do the right thing. She has hair like a shimmering river. She comes from a rich family, all pretty average, right? She's particularly interested in listening to MP3s played backwards. What? Who came up with this? Who did this? Is there an angry cat? I think there is. Angry cat.
Hello.
Great timing, someone just knocked on my door. You're in charge now.
Yay! Hello, we're back again. This is my stream now.
Also, I don't know what Spook did, but he certainly did something.
When? If he came back after I caught him the first time, then the first time he didn't do anything. Hey everybody, there's a song that I never play. Which one is it? Huh. Because whenever I'm streaming, I just literally, so I go to your profile on Spotify and I'm just like, play.
Just kidding. What's gotten into you?
Huh.
You're the one that's changed.
There is a cat about. She will probably start to scream soon. Yeah, I wish there was literally just an option for any artist to just play all and just like shuffle all of their music, because I would be down for that. There should be a show all without you having to like make a playlist or something with all the music on.
Okay. We'll finish it together. I'll race you.
Wow, I can't believe I actually made it up to 5 subs. You guys. Good, try new stuff. We like to see new stuff. I'm excited. Show me. Oh, I see. I've literally only just looked at my art canvas and realised what Spook did. Get rid of that. Hopefully he didn't write the full word, because that probably would have got me banned. Check Oakheart. I will have to do that on my phone, so give me a hot second. Because if I do that on the computer, that will mess things up. Excuse me, goodness. Discord. Open up the Discord. Highly professional streamer who checks their phone. Hey, there she is, my girl. Nice. Got the red scarf as well. Ah. Oh, thank you, Des. Yes, good stuff. That's the good shit. Mwah. Oh, thank you. New song time. I'm digging it. Digging it. Chair is drifting. There we go. Oh, rip. That's why I like pencil sharpeners that have the little like tub tub contained underneath them. Though, to be fair, these days I tend to use mechanical pencils, to be honest. I tend to use the mechanical pencils for traditional drawing these days. Because you don't have to worry about sharpening. Oh, of course, yeah, coloured pencils. I very rarely colour traditional drawings, even though I have got a tub full of coloured pencils. Because normally once I've got past like a sketch or a line, I tend to get to the point where I'm like, I'm going to scan this. Or I tend to do monochromatic with the pencil. I can't believe I've never heard this one. I like that, Bessa. That was a good one. I can't believe I've never heard it before, but Spotify. I may literally just have to make a playlist with all of your songs in so that I can listen to them when I stream. I really like this one. And this one might be one of my faves of yours. Oh, hello. She's back and she has a snack. She back, she attack, but mostly she has a snack.
She does. She has the remains of a bagel.
I have Malam. I'm upset because I couldn't find any strawberry ones.
Cherry.
I got cherry and raspberry, but I wanted strawberry.
I'm no closer to working out what the fuck I'm writing. Well, I know I'm writing. Who's in it?
Remember when we danced with pride? Didn't last long, you were out of sight. Moonlight lightens up the night, the night, the night, the night. Can you still recall what was before?
Discovered a song by Bessa that I'd never heard before.
Oh yeah, we were talking about that when you were gone.
Yeah, I just put it on. It was good.
I always remember those sweet, sweet memories that we then had. Sweet
This random character generator is really something else. The description of this dude. Physically, he is built like a stick. He strongly dislikes anteaters. He is particularly interested in making pies out of vegetables.
Huh.
That's what I get. Okay then.
Okay.
I'm not going to use it, but it's pretty funny.
I just tried one. A creative lab assistant who enjoys binge watching box sets. Watching sport and recycling, she's creative and brave, but can also be a little bit sneaky and lazy.
Alphys?
Oh wow, that's quite good actually.
Is that Alphys Undertow?
Maybe. Social class, working class, course chemistry, political views apathetic, career path science.
This is now an episode of Drawfee.
I could probably do a draw for you, especially like the Pokemon ones, where it's like, try to draw this Pokemon from memory, and I'd be like, huh.
One day.
I'd get it like 90% correct, I think.
Yeah.
I'd
you would have to
probably
do
forget.
like Digimon or like Yu-Gi-Oh monsters, like something you're less familiar with to get the true Julia effect.
Yeah, I wouldn't know about those. I know a few Digimon, but I know like no Yu-Gi-Oh.
That's the best stuff.
Okay. Reasonably happy with that transition. Coming from the rounded up to the pointed gradually. Even though it goes off screen. But up there is where it would go to the pointed feathers.
Okay.
Like that.
We'll finish it together.
Which is, you know, like 90% of Lugia's wing.
I'll make you.
So, you made a Lugia. Da-da-da. It's Lugia.
God damn it, I accidentally did Lugia
Damn
again.
it! I mean, what did I just say about Pokemon? It's like, shit. It's a Lugia.
They're most of the way there.
Fuck, it's a Lugia.
Blue's Pokemon lies.
Bam! Instant Lugia.
Instant Lugia.
With his hand wings. I don't know, but I like
And
Lugia.
the weird, yeah.
It's like
Big
they're
fans of
meant to be
Lugia here on the
wings, but
stream.
they are drawn frequently very hand-like because it has a clearly defined thumb.
Yeah.
Literally, the original artwork, it looks like wings, but when they revamped the Kensugi Mori artwork for the Heart Gold Soul Silver remakes, the pose is literally with its hands doing that. And it's like, they literally look like hands, not wings. Lugia has snuck into my artwork.
I shouldn't have done a writing warm-up based on my OCs, because
Why?
now all I want to write about are my OCs.
See, I'm fine because all my warm-ups and all my drawings are always OCs. So it's
I don't want to have to make new OCs. I just want to write about the ones I already have.
Wait, it was just OCs? Always has been.
Always has been. This is why I envy you, visual artists.
Here's a tip, don't.
here's some advice. Do not do this to yourself. Chat, what the fuck am I writing?
You said you were writing like a prelude to the murder.
I was, but then I'm gonna have to come up with like 2+ characters
Oh, no.
and a scenario. And I've been writing fanfic all week. I don't want to do that. I've been writing people that already exist all week.
Then continue to write your fanfic. Write what you want to write.
Wait, I might do. Do you know what I could do? Yeah. I'm gonna have to leave my Google Drive for this. I'm going into an actual Word document.
Nanny the fuck.
You are finishing something that you have started. I have editing to do.
Editing. An editing pass.
Where are you? Writing?
Are we allowed to know what this is?
Yeah, this is a short story that I wrote. I wrote it for uni originally, but I like it enough that it can stand on its own.
Ooh, okay.
Let me find where the fuck I put it. And a bunch of people at uni really liked it and wanted it to be its own thing, so I started editing it to its own thing. And it's finished. I just gotta edit it.
Fair.
It is a. Oh god, no! I need to remember. It's a noir retelling of a fairy tale.
Oh.
I'm assuming it was for genre. Editing. Is it my editing folder? No. Why would I put it there? Writing assignment. Conway Girl. That's what it's called. I'm pretty decently happy with it, but it does need a bit of editing. It does need cleanup. Yeah, I will try and remember what the fairy tale was. Which I should know, but I have forgotten. Gonna have to... The Girl Without Hands is the name of the fairy tale that I based it off of.
I've never heard of that.
Or The Girl with Silver Hands. It's one of Brothers Grimm. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It's pretty grim.
They always are. Ugh, the selection tool went wildly out of control.
Have they got a TDLR? There's a bunch of different versions of it as well. Some of them involve the devil.
Ah. A lot of them always do.
There's 4 parts to the original fairy tale. There's a part where the devil makes a deal with a farmer to take his daughter, and then to trick the devil, they give him her hands instead of her person.
As they do.
As they do. There's a bunch more detail. I'm very oversimplifying this story because it's insane. If you guys want to have a fun trip, look up The Girl Without Hands fairy tale. And then there's a part where she gets married to a king, because this is a fairy tale. There are a bunch of steps to this fairy tale that I'd forgotten about until I brought up this Wikipedia article. There's a bunch of sections to it. It's kind of crazy. But the version I wrote, that's a noir version, is about a girl who is the golden girl. It's vaguely 20s-y, but I don't give it a specific time period. Who murders the son of the big crime syndicate boss. And as blackmail, they take her hands because fingerprints. And there's a bunch of other steps to it as well about running away and falling in love with a police officer, and then it gets worse from there. Everything goes downhill from there.
It does sound pretty cool.
Yeah, how short is this? It's pretty good. As far as my work goes, it's pretty solid. It's just over 2,000 words.
That sounds dope.
Also, its first line is pretty damn good. The first line of the story is, Daisy was 22 when she shot the Stokes kid. Which is pretty good as far as first lines go.
Yeah.
Have I done any editing on this already? No, I have not. Do I have a separate document on which I have editing? Probably. Editing is probably my favorite part of writing.
Yeah.
Because writing is hard. Editing. Editing is being critical of yourself with purpose.
I mean...
Instead of meaninglessly and to hurt yourself.
I mean, I think line art is the bit I struggle the most with art, because sketching is fun because that's the actual, creating of, making the thing you want. Then the sketching second pass is hard, because then it's oh, well, I gotta make anatomy correct and try to work out where I want my lines. Lining is then, oh, everything is hard, and the easy and fun bit is colouring, where it's just splash of colour.
Fun times.
So I literally like the start and the end, and I hate the middle bit, which is why nothing gets finished.
Writing's tricky because coming up with the idea is generally pretty fun if you actually have an idea. if you're like, today you don't have an idea, it's not fun.
Yeah.
The actual writing part depends on how effortless it is. Sometimes I can just start writing and I'll just go. Like the fucking fanfic I've written like nearly 10k worth of fanfic this week.
Jesus.
Just because I just kept going. Like, it wasn't hard. But sometimes with original work, with me anyway, it tends to be a bit of a drag. You try to drag it out of your brain
Yeah.
and make it make sense. And then you have the first pass of editing, which is nightmarish because you have to make it make sense. Because even though it felt like it made sense when it came out of your brain, it certainly didn't. And then you have what I call easy editing, which is grammar, style, word choice, make sure you don't repeat yourself. Like, stuff where there are rules, for the most part. And then you get into the nasty stuff of like, well, do you really need this section? And then you're like, yes, I put it there, but you don't. So it's peaks and troughs. It's peaks and troughs.
Yeah, it does sound very reminiscent of how the art process goes. To be honest, of the sketch of the idea, and then you go through and you refine it, and then you be a bit more analytical of your anatomy and stuff.
Yeah. And much like, I'm sure, any art, sometimes it goes really effortlessly and is fine, and some days it is a pain.
Okay, I'm quite happy with how those wings go now.
My least favourite part of editing is tenses. I never get tenses right. First time, or ever, really. I go from past to present tense constantly, and without reason. Usually for dramatic effect, but usually it just doesn't make sense. I want it on record that this is currently in past tense.
Okay.
Let's see how long it remains that way. Because this was something I did work on for uni, I could go back and look at the editing notes that my lecturer left, but I seem to recall her only note on this was, edit this and send it for publication. So,
Wow, okay.
no pressure. Thanks, Jackie. It's been long enough for me to edit this. I have to leave, and like any,
Yeah.
most circles, you should, and it probably is the same for art, you should leave it a while before you look at it again.
I think it is, yeah, leave it, which I think is probably why this weekly thing works, which is why for the first time
Yeah,
in
'cause it's about the right amount
in
of time.
like literally a year, I've actually come back to a picture to try and finish it. Is having left it and come back
Yeah.
for a bit.
Like, this has been long enough now where I'm like, I thought this line was cool and I was attached to it, but now I'm like,
Scrap it.
yep. Or rework it somehow. My editing posture is even worse than my writing posture, so here we go. I'm just gonna slowly do this.
Yeah, I should add in some of those points things that are like posture check, because that's needed for both of us, really.
Hydrate or dihydrate is the one Dodger has, I think.
I'm not too bad with hydrating. But posture is a bad one for me. Even now, it's better now that I've got the new chair, but I've even had scolding messages from people in Discord to be like, now you have a new chair, sit properly, and I'm like,
Sit up.
Not even that, is that when I get into something, I do slowly lean forward and forward and forward, and then I have to remind myself
I'm doing it right
I have
now.
to remember to glue my head back to my chair.
Yeah, it's gotten better for me because I don't really have a desk anymore. So my laptop is actually sticking out over the edge of a desk because there's another monitor here and a light and like a bunch of stuff. So I can't. What I used to do at uni was lean on the desk. So I was like this.
Mhm.
But because I only have the arms of my chair to lean on, I have to lean back. Which is equally bad, but not as bad as it was when I was leaning all the way forward.
Yeah.
I can reword that. One thing I learned at uni, man, me editing for myself and me editing for other people are two different human beings.
Oh, yeah.
Me editing for other people is like so gentle and constructive. It's like, you might want to take a look at this line. I'm not sure you've really hit the points you want to hit, or maybe have moved this section somewhere else. I feel like it doesn't work here. Like, it's very suggestive and constructive. Me for myself is like, no.
Again,
You can
I
do
think
better
a lot
than
of
this.
people get that.
No.
Everyone is always their own worst critic.
Yeah. I used to get in trouble at uni for preempting what people were going to say in critiques. I used to go in and be like, I think you're all going to say this, this, and this, and they were like, just listen. Another one of my arch nemesis, continuity.
You quite frequently
How
compliment me.
dare things have to be in chronological order?
You compliment me on my continuity or whatever it is.
Hmm?
I can't remember which one it was, but
Yeah, because
I can't remember. It was continuity or something. Linking or whatever it was.
well, you do pay off really well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, my internet's struggling a minute, but yeah, you do pay off really well. So you are good.
Oh, there goes the internet struggling. No, just as she was complimenting me. My validation, no! No, my sweet, sweet validation. Oh god, yep, there goes the Discord drop.
Uh-huh.
Oh boy, oh.
Hello?
Oh, hello, we're back.
There we go.
I'm
I can just see the Discord bar going red, green, red, green.
No, I was just here going, no, my sweet validation.
Yeah, I could hear you.
Oh.
You couldn't hear me.
No, I could not.
No, yeah, when was I? Where was I in my compliments?
You were just complimenting me about my payoff.
Yeah, you reward the reader for their attention. Like, you're good at like dropping and you're good at dropping things in a way that isn't like really obvious. And then bringing it back. It's just very concisely and deliberately done. Like, if you know, that's how you end up with like motifs and stuff if you bring things back consistently. But you do it in the way that works for short stories, where it has a setup early and then a payoff that really hits you. And again, yeah, and the like side benefit is you reward the reader for their attention. If they caught it originally, they realise that it's a callback, and it generally hurts them if you're doing it right.
That's such a... Yep. That's very typical that you said that, considering that like 90% of my writing in the last sort of
Yeah,
4
most of your
years-
motifs are designed to hurt people. Yes.
Yeah, well, you know, I was about to say 90% of my writing for the last sort of 4 or 5 years have all been about Delmara, which is just all angst. There's no pleasant
I've just
writing.
realised I full screened this, so I haven't had chat up at all. Hello, chat. I'm back.
I know, right? My pores are clear. I'm getting the good serotonin.
I'll compliment the hell out of people when they earn it. I'll fucking
That sweet,
yeah.
sweet validation.
I don't know how you're all like really good writers. Like, I think most of you that I've like read writing for, I've been like, damn, this is good shit.
It's weird because like I went for so long of like basically not drawing anything, but I did keep writing. So there was a brief period where I was like, I'm writing more than I'm drawing, which would make But I self-identify as an artist, not a writer. But I'm doing writing more.
I feel like some amount of art muscles are overlapping, but so I feel like not to the point where I feel like they're mutual skills, but to the point where stretching art muscles can go any way.
Yeah.
So I can stretch my writing muscles by doing poetry as much as I can, writing stories, but at the same time, when I do my art on my blackboard, should I show you this? It's not very good.
Of course we want to see it. It's creative evening.
It's creative evening. Every Sunday I read you. I'm gonna have to try and
Oh,
see how?
wow. What the hell? Oh my god, what do you mean it's not good? That's amazing!
It took me 2 hours.
What? Girl!
I'll put a picture on Twitter later if people like it.
Girl! I'm sorry, but even in that brief, like, sort of 5-10 seconds, like, the use of the negative space for the light of the sparkle.
Oh no, now this compliment thing's going 2 ways, I don't like it.
My girl. Get them hype
I only like
in
giving
the chat.
compliments, I don't like taking them.
Get the hype in the chat.
Yeah, spamming emotes is the only acceptable way.
Oh, I did it again where I checked a message on Discord and I shouldn't have.
Taking compliments is hard, I'm trying to get better at it, but I'm not very good at it.
It is something that you do have to practice, and even if it does mean that occasionally I have to shout at people to say, take the damn compliment.
Yeah. We're looking directly at you, Das, if you
Yes,
couldn't tell.
yes. Take the
We
compliment.
love
damn it.
you.
I think when I did this, I was like, oh, the wing is going to be partially clipped off, but I have actually been slowly lowering it so that now there is almost the entire wing
Now
in the
there,
picture.
you have put the whole wing back on screen,
But
you
I-
fool.
But I've ran out
You
of...
tried to make a cheese and made it harder for yourself.
I did, but now I've run out of canvas, so I'm like, well, now I literally can't fit the entire wing on. Because I've run out of canvas, really. Like, I guess maybe I can, you know, if I skim this off the bottom, I can move it down minutely again.
I suppose, yeah. You can always trim it later if you decide you can't be bothered to do that part. No, I don't. Fuck. My gift subscription to a person ran out, so I lost the emote I wanted to use for this. Shit.
Aw. See, this is the beautiful thing of having the awoo, because the whole point of the howl is that people howl back.
Yeah. Ow.
Awoo! So we spread our compliments like we spread the awoos.
Yeah.
Awoo!
I'm gonna use this one instead. Wait, no, go there. Twitch be fighting me.
It's gonna be that meme.
I used to have one that was like a gun, someone holding a gun. That's the one I wanted.
I like the one on
Can't remember
Tumblr.
whose emote it
I
was.
like the one that's been on Tumblr recently of the hand of just.
The cat pet one that we read.
Take the compliment.
I can do better than that.
Oh, whoops.
Fucking.
I'm gonna do a quick Twitter promo just to show that we're still going.
Yeah. I have. Take a shot. I've encountered one of my writing bad habits. And I know where I fucking got this from. This is a fan fiction habit. The phrase felt rather than saw. Get it out of here! It's not needed. They felt it. You don't need to clarify that they didn't see it.
I think I've done that before, again, in Delmara's writing, is quite often she feels things without seeing them, and she does not need to see things. It's one of those things.
But, like, that's fine, but you don't need to, like, specify it.
Yeah.
So, like, the phrase felt rather than saw is redundant because you said the word felt.
Okay.
Like, that's the logic there.
You don't see
Yeah, it was-
anything. Bullshit. I don't care. I know there's...
Yeah, but what do I feel?
I know there's something there. I don't care if I didn't see anything. I know there's something there.
Two paranoid D&D players nod at each other very sagely. Yeah, this was one of my lecturers editing. I had my lecturer, one of my many lecturers at uni had two pet peeves. It was one of them that was redundant. So like you've specified something that you had already said, or what she called floating limbs. So like if you were like their eyes wandered across the room, she would draw in the margins a pair of eyes with little legs.
That's beautiful.
And she would do that for any like version of that you came up with. I've seen some great ones.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, that's universal DAS. I feel that too when I write things about D&D characters. Especially when I write things about D&D characters that are not mine.
I mean, coming back to what we were saying earlier about like skills translating into other areas, D&D is like fantastic for that as well.
D&D is like 1,000 muscles.
Yeah, I think the best way I can describe it, at least for me, is the thing that I have across all of my creative stuff that kind of links them, that I feel I'm somewhat good at, is the visualization. Because
I get that.
Because that's literally what I do. Like when I'm writing and when I'm DMing and when I'm trying to do a picture, is I can visualize how I want it to look, and either I draw it and I get frustrated because the drawing doesn't match what I visualized.
Or what I'm thinking of. That's why I don't draw.
Or when I'm yeah, which is the frustrating thing. Or when I'm writing, I write what I'm visualizing. Or when I'm DMing, I just say what I'm visualizing, which is why a lot of my notes are in bullet points. Because my bullet points just bullet point the things that I need to get across, but I don't have like the description of the room written down, because when they walk into the room,
you're just picturing it.
I visualize the room and then just describe what I'm visualizing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have it written down, which is how I DM.
I also when I'm DMing, I don't write unless it's like an important detail that I really can't forget to mention, like with puzzles.
Well, that goes in the bullet points.
Yeah, then I just know how the room looks. Yeah. And sometimes that bites me in the ass because I forget to describe things all the time. I know, I'm aware. But I just kind of wing it because I know what stands out to me in my brain. And this is where we get into the conversation of I don't have a visual brain. I don't picture things in like a literal way. But like if I was... It's kind of weird because I guess when I'm DMing, I'm thinking about what I would describe first if I was writing it.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, thinking about the room that you and Das went into, the North Realm room, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, what stands out to me? Well, the light from the snow and the windows with the snow, and the massive fireplace that's like roaring with fire, and the sound of that and the smell of that. You know, like, it follows logically in a weird way.
Yeah. You're kind of just describing the senses, really, because the light is what you see, and then you have the sound and the smell.
Good writer training. Go through the senses. Sometimes I forget one. Usually it's smell I forget, unless it's a particularly awful smell.
Yeah. Which is wild when you think about it, because, you know, the argument could be made that smell is one of the strongest ones. Yeah. Because, you know, smell triggers memories and things. It's like, you know...
Yeah.
I remember I started one of my fics that I think is technically unfinished, so I don't think I've shared it with you, but one of the things that I wrote was, it literally began with, Damara never thought she would get used to the sight of her own blood.
Yeah. That's the thing. I was talking with a group of friends at uni about this, about the senses and things, and like which ones you should prioritize and things. And the kind of conclusion we came to on smell is that most of the time smell doesn't mean much. But when it's a distinct smell, or that smell is important to you, it's the most important sense. So if you walk into a room and like there's rotting bodies in it, the smell is what you're going to notice first.
Yeah.
If you walk into a room and it just smells like every room you've been in this area, so like dust and stuff, it's kind of not as important suddenly. It's really odd.
Here's a question. Do I force you to think about smell with Tala? Because I feel like I probably frequently ask,
gross.
you know, can I smell anything?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, oh god, yeah, absolutely. And like, but not like actively. Like originally in the beginning it was a lot of like, you'd ask and I'd be like, let me think about this. Let me think about this.
DM, can I smell anything?
Yeah. But I've gotten better at thinking about it when I'm making the rooms now. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. That's until I worked out what Boozer. But like, I've also had fun trying to describe smells in a way where you, out of character, don't immediately know what it is.
That's very good, that is.
So like when I was trying to describe what crystal lightning smelled like,
That was an interesting one.
it's like, it's metallic. Like, and it worked because it was like, what the fuck is that? Like I could see the equations happening in your brain, which
Yeah,
is
it was
probably
one of
also
those
what
things
Tala
because-
was happening.
Yeah, it was one of
Right?
those
Tala's
things-
going, what is that smell?
Yeah, well, the thing is that, like, when you said metallic, my brain immediately went, metallic is blood, and I was like, no, Tala knows the smell of blood. That's,
Yeah.
she would immediately
I think
know
I
that.
specified that it wasn't blood.
Yeah, so I was like, so what the heck smells metallic that isn't blood? Because really metal doesn't actually smell that much. It's like metallic is more often used to describe a taste more than anything else. Which again is generally is more tied to blood, which, you know, links into rust because
Goes
of
round
the
in
iron.
circles.
Because of the iron. So
That's true, Das.
Describe something as metallic was just.
But I knew I'd done it well when you saw what it was and you were like, ozone is what you were describing. Like the ozone-y smell.
Ozone, yeah.
And I was like, yes, I did it. DM sticker. You did it. You did the thing you were trying to do. Yeah, that's real dust. Cut metal does smell great. As someone who lives with engineers, petrol smells great.
Yeah.
Cut metal smells great.
Yeah, I don't mind petrol. I know that petrol is one of the
Divisive ones.
divisive ones. Some people hate it. I quite like it.
I live with motorbike engineers, so I fucking love the smell of petrol. Just cut wood, like not wood that hasn't dried all the way through.
My
Sappy wood.
my favourite smell in the world is freshly cooked bread.
Good choice. Mine is like fire, like campfires,
That's a good one.
burning wood.
That's a good one. I am also a fan.
We have a fireplace downstairs and it's so nice.
Freshly cooked bread is my top one, especially tiger bread because the glaze is just.
Yeah.
Ooh, art update from Stacey.
Yeah, and just clicking it. Hey, look at those boys.
Hey,
Handsome boys.
Yeah, the squad. Dem shoulders. Mwah.
Yeah,
Big buff boy
Like-
shoulders.
yeah. Yes, no, don't do that.
Yeah, no, we know. Thank you.
Do not deliberately smell petrol. But if you happen to be in the mechanic shop and all the bikes are leaking, because of course they are, that's fine.
Okay, let's try to crack on with this.
Details. Say yourself details. Don't just name a thing, put a descriptive in front of it. Specify the detail. Tan. There we go. I was not muted.
It's fine. We like to hear your progress. Like a maths teacher, show you're working out.
No, I hated that. most of me, when I'm in this point of editing, is just berating myself.
I had a thought today for like
Oh no, that's dangerous.
yeah. Literally for something that like I could do as like a YouTube series kind of thing. But like literally the main thing that I kept coming back to was you do not have the equipment to make a decent YouTube series because you don't have like a good camera. You only have the webcam. I was like, I got a microphone.
Yeah.
Microphone's fine, but I don't have a good webcam. And then the other thing was you do not have the attention span to produce a daily video. And I was like, okay, what if I made it weekly? And then I thought I still wouldn't keep up with it. You still
Me every time I think about making video essays.
even if it was just because streaming is good because I haven't got to prep it, but the thought
Yeah.
that I came up with is like something where it's like I would have to probably write a script and do editing and do research and stuff, and I'm like, do I have the mental
That's a
attention?
lot of steps.
There's a lot of steps, but the idea of it just seemed nice in my head, and I was like, maybe when we moved into a house or something rather than being in the flat. Because another thing is like I don't really have an area that I would.
You still haven't specified what this idea is. You can
I'm
plenty of
pur-
reasons
I'm
why you
purpose-
can't do it,
I'm
but you have to tell
purposely
me what it
I'm
is.
purposely keeping it vague because when I say the idea out there, that then makes it out in the world, and
We can then bully you about
Yeah,
it,
and
which
then
is
I
why
can
I'm
get bullied
egging you
about
on to
just be like,
tell
hey,
me.
how about you make this YouTube series? And I'll just be like,
Tell me.
I don't wanna. Because I can't. Because as I said, I can't really do it because I have nowhere to reasonably record to make it look good. I don't have the equipment to record to make it look good.
Yeah. No, I know that feeling.
And it's
I think
probably,
there's a lot because I. Oh yeah, Karen.
it's probably the thought only probably occurred to me because it is like just the current hyperfixation. And it's like if
Yeah.
in 6 months I could well lose interest.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, no, I always think about. I watch it if people want a YouTuber recommendation. Jacob Geller makes video essays about video games. They're pretty pretentious, arty things, but they're great. They're really good. Like, legitimately, have got me thinking about things differently in my life, which is always the best kind, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Doesn't just make videos about video games, but they normally include at least a video game. And I'm like, I would love to make videos like this. Just making you think about things differently. But then I'm like, I don't have a way to capture game footage. I don't have a way to do. I don't know how to edit anything or have any editing software. Don't have a way to do audio. Like any of the steps, any
Yeah.
of them, I don't have. Whew, I forgot about that line. There's some good lines in here. Noir, when they were like talking about Noir, they were like, Noir is just all like snappy lines. Like spicy, snappy lines. So I just went off the deep end and had a great time. I'm good with Noir because that was, I was about to say something that was a little too revealing.
Mm.
Because intrinsically, not a lot of happy stuff happens in it.
True.
And y'all know I love a tragedy. Hence why I've been playing a time loop game about Hamlet all week.
Yeah.
Speaking of games, shout out to I won't name names, but my two dear friends who both independently gifted me Phasmophobia on Steam today. Both wanted to see me suffer equally.
My foot warmer has shut off. That's less than ideal.
What?
My foot warmer was shut off. I was like, my feet are getting cold.
Oh.
I have a foot warmer under here, so that should not be happening.
Das, don't at me. You don't have to limit that to the Oak party, by the way. You can keep that going. You can keep zooming out here.
Wait, it's all been tragedies? It always was.
Always was.
Oh, mate, last hour.
Savour it.
Mine are great because they're really strong flavour.
Yeah.
I've discovered this thing which Sanji described to me once, and it hadn't occurred to me before, but when he described it I was like, yeah. Which is basically like, you're not hungry, but your mouth feels...
You want a flavour.
You want a flavour. And I was like, these are great for that.
Yeah.
Because there's not a lot to them, but they have a lot of flavour.
I have a pack of strawberry chewing gum behind this monitor for exactly that reason. Also coffee.
The amount of times at night where I'm like, I just want some flavour, but I know I shouldn't eat this because I'm literally about to go to sleep, so I shouldn't eat.
Yeah.
I just want some flavour in my mouth. Which is probably why I drink cordial.
Yeah, that's why I drink coffee. Doom jazz? What the fuck? I'm listening to noir mixes on YouTube and there are some great names in here. Ooh. I thought you were humming along to what I was listening to then. I was like, how? Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
My mouth is full of
My thing
malware.
went red.
Yo, those wings that you linked me earlier, as I said,
Yeah.
I was like, is this a Hero Academia reference? Because literally there is it. Because I've been getting into it.
Yeah.
And even though I'm not up to date on it, I've kind of like looked a bit online, so I know a few spoilery things.
Poking around, yeah.
Yeah, but I know that the number 3 hero is called Hawks. And when I first saw pictures of him, he had these red wings, and I was like, that's really cool. But then part of me went, so he's the number 3 hero, and he can fly? I was like, how does that make him one of the best? Like,
Yeah.
What's so special about it? And then I looked him up, because I was like, I'm curious about this winged person, obviously. And it turns out that his power is that, yes, he can fly with his wings, but he can control each individual feather. And each individual feather can
and that's why you
also
thought
be a
that
blade.
about that item that I sent you.
Yeah, each individual feather can also be a blade. So he can attack with them, and he can control them. Like, there's an instance where he saves like 100 people from a building, because basically he sends out 100 feathers, and they all basically like catch people's clothing like a dart, and like pull them out the building. And I was like, okay, yeah, that's a pretty strong power. So when you linked me those D&D wings, I was like, this is what the dude from Hero Academia
Did
can do.
Academia.
This is Hawks' power, but in a D&D item,
Yeah.
which is really cool.
Yeah.
And even
I'm glad you've all opened my eyes to D&D item Instagram. It helps me
I don't
because
follow-
I'm not
I
very
don't-
good with D&D items,
I mean, I don't follow Griffin's Saddlebag, so feel free to
I do.
use anything from
and
there.
I have.
I have heard
You
of him
have some
because a
of-
friend of mine is his Patreon and has also
Mm-hmm.
backed one of his Kickstarters before. And
Yeah.
I think she's getting a physical edition of one of his books. I think he's made 2 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that Griffin's Saddlebag has got a lot.
Good. Yeah. You can scroll on that Instagram forever.
The artwork is so good as well.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it looks spot on.
I've had to tweak most. I think that you've only got 1 or 2 things, but like the things that I've pulled out and been like, I would like to use this. I've tweaked a little, usually because they frighten me. but they're always cool. They're always like, that's the thing. I just don't have the mind to make cool items,
Yeah.
so I just find people who are good at it, and I take their
struggle
things.
a little bit with it. Like as someone who has made magic items that are literally available for purchase on a website.
Yes,
It
that's true.
was-
You are good at it.
I can say I'm good at it. It was hard.
Yeah.
Like the magic items I have made are essentially a collaboration between me and Spook, because I got like the basic framework for an idea of like, I kind of want to do this, and then I look at it and I'm like, it's not interesting enough.
How?
It needs more.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. I think when I'm making like a character, I'm more likely to think of things that they can do rather than things they own. You know?
Yeah.
See, yeah, Das, you're good at it. Like, it's clear that you have fun with it, and that's half the battle. I'm just not very good at thinking about things that an item could do.
Yeah.
And sometimes, you know, I think about things from video games that I like, and I'm like, I could just transfer this. But someone's already done it, probably. In most cases, they have.
One thing that I really liked was when they released Xanathars and they had those minor magical items.
Oh my god, I've used so many of them.
Yeah, 'cause-
And I've used that concept a lot, too.
Yeah, it's nice.
Just
It's like, I like the
easy
like
magic.
obviously I like grandiose magic items, but because I'm in a high magic campaign, I was like, I like the idea of common magic items.
Yeah. It's like things like, I just like the idea that someone would just have, like, a small heat enchantment on a piece of wood to make a little burner, you know?
Yeah.
You know, easy magic. You guys have encountered some of it before in Oka. But, and definitely if you go to some more high magic areas, shall we say, down the road, then it'll be everywhere, because that's just how things are done. And I like that.
Yeah, I love high magic.
Me too.
AJ the other day was like, I don't understand how people can run
We
high
had this
magic
conversation
campaigns.
last time.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Ah, brain! I don't know how people can run low
It's
magic
okay.
campaigns.
Yeah. That's the thing. I can kind of do that. Like, I understand the concept of, like, this weapon does this much extra damage and has charges, you know,
Yeah.
and the charges are worth this much. Like, I can plug and drop things like that, but I never make them. They don't have pizzazz, you know. It's not like that fucking shield that you guys just got. That has pizzazz, you know, because it's like, what? You know, you want to have. I love the moment, I see this in Critical Role all the time because Matt's really good at it, or he's had a lot of practice, I should say.
Yeah.
But like when they get given the little
The sheet of paper.
piece of paper and they're like, what does this do?
It's
You know?
happened today because, as I said, Spook has been rewatching some old ones. So we watched Travis get given the Sword of Cass, and the piece of paper's about this big.
It's like that one, yeah.
And even Spook was like, oh my god, his face, because he's literally there going,
Yeah, it's like getting treats. But yeah, that's why I have a lot of things I've bought on DM's Guild full of items. Most of them are too high level for you guys. I have one that is just, and no, I will not give this to you, Das. I have one that is all weapons from Norse mythology turned into D&D
Nice.
weapons. I have a few of them like that. Low magic that becomes what the fuck magic. That's true, like Call of Cthulhu and stuff like that is... Das, you can't have it because I'm going to use it. Yeah, like call it like Eldritch horror, like it's the same as like I guess like some Vampire the Masquerade stuff is low magic technically, but like that's not real low magic, you know. Right, editing.
I was re-listening to Thud, one of the Discworld books today. It's a good one. And not just because Sam Vimes gets partially possessed by a quasi-demonic entity, which is literally how it's described in the book, a quasi-demonic entity. Because, you know, calling it a demon is too spot on.
It's too much.
We gotta keep it vague. Quasi-demonic entity.
What did I reread today? I reread. There's a set of short stories called The Bloody Chamber and Other Stories by Angela Carter. If you've studied English literature at any point in your life recently, they make you read it like 8 times, which is fine by me because I fucking love it. But yeah, I was thinking about it. That's what made me think of this, editing this, because it's all dark fairy tales essentially, retellings. And there's one in here that I'm like, oh, this defined me as a writer. There's a story in here called The Lady of the House of Love that makes a lot of me make sense. I mean, I'll read you this little section. You can make faces, and the chat will know. Wearing an antique bridal gown, the beautiful queen of the vampires sits all alone in her dark, high house under the eyes of the portraits of her demented and atrocious ancestors, each one of whom, through her, projects a baleful, posthumous existence. Yep. Big Miss Havisham vibes, right? It says,
Where do
but like,
I start?
yeah. This also has a whole thing about tarot cards, which I projected onto any character with tarot cards that I've ever read. I've ever written.
Totally mangling my movement controls here.
But yeah, you can probably, for people in chat, you can probably find The Lady of the House of Love on the internet because this collection's very old. Hence, it's a vintage book. But yeah. I guess this is a rewrite of like a bit of Dracula, a bit of Sleeping Beauty. Very odd. A lot of the ones in here are very odd. The Bloody Chamber itself as a story is a rewrite of Bluebeard, and it's very good. But The Lady of the House of Love is one that no one talks about, and it's my favourite. But also just like the way it's written. The first sentence of this story is about this long. Which is, whenever I get yelled at for run-on sentences, I just go, how come Carter's allowed to do it and I'm not? I have not, Doug. All the boys are in.
What's the Shock-Headed Peter anthology? I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
What is that?
Look at all those beautiful boys.
Excellent boys.
Googling. Shock-Headed Peter. Anthology. Always love an anthology, me. It's a German children's book. They're cautionary tales from Victorian times. Well, when I googled it, it didn't bring up the text, but it did bring up about, because my browser still thinks I'm at uni, it did bring up about 50 articles from journals about it. I will do some... This looks like a weird and wonderful thing. I'm looking at this later.
Look at them wings.
Big ol' wings.
Big old wings.
I'm leaving that tab open. I'm gonna look at that later.
Slap some colour on this.
Yeah. This bad boy can fit so many colours in it. Thank you. Now you can see what I'm doing with my hand when I do that. Because normally I just do this and you can't see. Oh no. hate it when I notice this. Welcome to the pacing is wrong, but I don't know how to fix it. My least favorite part of editing.
Have you? I mean, you probably have, but have you seen the game Phoenix Rising?
Sounds familiar. Hang on, if I do a
I
Google
believe
one.
I only found this out literally like today, that it was formerly called Gods and Monsters.
Oh, I know Gods and Monsters.
Yeah, and when I found that out, I was like, oh, that game. I remember when they released the trailer of that. That looked dope.
Yeah,
that game
the
looked dope.
Greek myth one.
Yeah,
from
the Greek myth
E3.
one. Yeah, and yeah, I didn't realise it had been renamed. Apparently, it's been renamed, and like it's getting close to release.
Interesting.
And yeah, basically from the video that I was watching about talking about is this a good thing or is this a bad thing, is that it's basically Breath of the Wild, but it's got
A Greek myth.
a Greek skin, a Greek myth skin put over the
What's
top.
it
of
releasing on?
That's why I bring it up, because I was like,
Because I've been thinking about playing Breath of the Wild, but I've watched most of it, so I feel like I can't. And I
yeah.
also want more things to play on my Switch.
Yeah, that's why I bring it up, because I was like, oh, I bet this is a game
I mean-
that Pearls would be interested in.
It makes me
Breath
laugh
of-
because when I look up
Breath
Phoenix
of the
Rising, it's also a
Wild.
football club.
With an Olympian skin on it. It does say it's going to be on the Switch.
That's gonna be me. Ironically, the two things it brings up when you Google it is a Pokemon game and the football club. Oh, is it Phoenix Rising, not Phoenix Rising?
It says Phoenix. I don't know. I'd only ever seen
Phoenix Rising.
I've seen one video and the person pronounced it as Phoenix, which is why I've said that. Yeah, so
It probably is, but yeah. Immortals Phoenix Rising.
yeah.
Is it out?
It's
I
out
think-
it's out in like 2 days.
It's out in 2 days.
Yeah, about in 2 days. So
To curse.
I'm probably not going to get it on release. I kind of wish I'd known about this because I would have asked for it for Christmas. It might be a bit late for me to ask for it for Christmas now because I think most of my family have done their Christmas shopping.
Yeah.
But I
makes
suppose
sense.
I could mention it to mum and dad and just be like, "Hey,
Winged demigod.
a game came out literally a day ago, and I didn't know about it, but I'm interested in it."
Yeah, this is the premise. Players Phoenix? I'm gonna go with Phoenix because that's how my brain says to say that. A new winged demigod on a quest to save the Greek gods and their home from a dark curse. Take on mythological beasts, master the legendary powers of the gods, defeat Typhon, the deadliest. I don't know why my brain was like Pokemon. The deadliest titan in Greek mythology in an epic fight for the ages. Literally, the image underneath it of the weapons is acquired the sword of Achilles. Ah, I see. See, I'm going to play this game.
Yes. Yes. Well, apparently, unlike Breath of the Wild, the weapons do not have durability, so you just have your weapons.
The worst mechanic in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah. So that's a bonus. So you get Odysseus's bow.
Someone's got to use that fucking thing. He's not gonna.
No, he's not.
It's
This
a
is the thing.
coward's weapon.
Now
Why
I-
do you fucking use it then, you piece of shit?
Now I've listened to Cersei, I actually get some of these references now. Like, in the trailer, he was fighting a big minotaur, and it had like the boss name at the bar at the top. And
You've read about where it was born
well, that's
because
the
it's
thing.
in Cersei.
That's the thing. It wasn't the bullet minus. It like had like a name.
Yeah.
And then it had the title, and the title underneath was Nightmare of Daedalus, and I was like, oh, I understand.
I know that dude.
I know who that is.
I love it when people learn things about Greek myth because it's like we can speak.
So this might be
Welcome to my hyperfixation since I was like 7.
Yeah, so since I've just learned that it's out this month, I may ask for it for Christmas, though it's unlikely I
Yeah,
will
it depends
get
how
it.
much it is.
It's unlikely I'll get it, but I'll ask. And
Yeah.
maybe I'll re-listen to Cersei while I play it.
I'll get you on Song of Achilles yet.
But yeah, so I thought I would bring that to your attention because I was like, this is relevant to your interests.
Yeah, I saw it at E3 and I was like, oh no, I'm gonna play that, aren't I?
Yeah, I saw it. I remember seeing Gods and Monsters and thinking this looks dope. I had no idea
This
it had
is
been
for
renamed.
me, yeah.
I had no idea
No.
it had been renamed. It was literally.
Well, there's
by
been a couple
chance.
of things that have been called kind of that, like Godfall came out the other day.
Yeah.
There's
It's
another
very-
one that I
it's-
can't
it's
remember.
very much like the trend at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah. I wrote my dissertation about this.
Really?
It's the meta text of my dissertation is that there's been a lot of refocusing on Greek and classical Greek and classical myth, and I could go on a whole rant about why I think that is, but I'm not going to do that to you.
It was literally pure chance that I clicked on that video. It was literally just, is Phoenix Rising better than Breath of the Wild? And I was like, that's a bold claim to make. What is this Phoenix Rising game? Or
What is it? Yeah.
Because, spoilers, I have Breath of the Wild, I love Breath of the Wild, have not finished it. I'm not even close. I am not even close to finishing it. So, should I be getting another open world game? Probably not.
Probably not. I was gonna type a response to this, but I may as well just say it out loud. I feel this way also, Das. Both my, like, a lot of my favorite experimental stuff I've written in the last few years has been about your guys' characters.
I am a selfish individual and I only write about my own characters.
I mostly write about my own characters.
If you
But
can,
on and off wind.
yeah. If you can count including the villain as one of my own characters, that depends on your own perception. It's like, technically he's not my character.
Technically.
Technically he's not my character, but I did define his personality a lot.
Kermit? What are you doing here? Da-da-da.
Oh, speaking of,
What have you done?
Besso's lo-fi Rito village from Breath of the Wild.
Hey! I can reword that.
No! Banned! Time out. Where's the...
I can do it. Wait, no, I can't. He's a moderator. You have to do it.
Bad! Where's the squ- Bad! Clearly I need to make a squirt bottle emoji.
Yeah. Wait, I can time Das out. No, I can't. Fuck. It let me for a second there. It taunted me with the prospect of timing you out. No.
I'm sure I must have done, but have I told you about the time I had, like, that real good RP moments in AJ's campaign? Which ended up
Tell me a few.
which ended up being almost like an Ace Attorney game.
I don't know if you have.
Basically, one of the main NPCs, through a very convoluted thing that I'm not going to go into right now, had basically developed a tell of that every time he lied, he stuttered, and it was something that I picked up on very quickly. and he was literally being interrogated for part of his backstory, essentially, of what happened with you when you were kidnapped and held captive. What happened to you? And he was like, "Oh, this happened, and I broke free, and I did this, and I swam to the shore." And I literally just went, "You're lying." And as AJ,
Objection!
yeah, that's literally what it was. Literally, every time he was like, I did this, you're lying. And it just became this really intense moment of AJ literally had stood up in her living room and like walked to the other side of the room to have her back to the table. It was like, hand on the wall trying to tell this dramatic story, and I'm there literally in my chair sort of leaning into it, just kind of like this, and then also at the same time just being like, you're lying. You're lying.
See, this is why part of me is like, fuck, if I could play D&D in person, the whole game would be different. Because I'd do shit like that all the time.
So good.
I would do so much goddamn ominous pacing, you have no idea.
Yeah, I miss that a lot. I've not had that this year because games
I was like,
have
who
been online.
Yeah. I was like, who the fuck is it where I have to stand up to play them, and then I remembered.
I think there's been. I'm trying to think. I think I can definitely remember one character that I had to stand up to play, which was my Archfey character. Well, one of them. I have several.
Yeah.
But the one that they were talking to, and basically the reason I had to do it was to emphasise the fact that they floated. And drifted around. So I stood up and sort of tried to act out floating around the table and sort of leaning in to talk to people and leaning out and leaning back and having these fluid motions to sort of emphasise the fact that they floated and like, you're talking to an Archfey.
Yeah. When I DM'd IRL, one of the first characters I played, I had to stand up to do that anyway because we played at the kitchen table, so it was like this high. But I would normally sit down. I would pull up one of the big chairs. But one of the character, there was like the weird reverse because the first character I got to play for them was Orisander.
Oh wow.
And so I legit went over to, because our sofa was in like the kitchen bit, I literally just went over to the sofa and like lounged and crossed my leg and was like this the whole time. Just like completely like reclined and vibing.
Fae man.
Fae.
It's just the Fae. The default pose is recline.
Bougie.
Mwah.
I also played
Bourgeoisie.
a mermaid at one point in that campaign, and that also involved a lot of weird poses sitting down.
And of course, let's not get into the fact of playing a dragon, which of course is when the sort of leaning,
boop boop.
yeah, the two hands and the leaning
Bulk.
forward, coming over the top of the DM screen of like
The Matthew Mercer effect.
It is, it really is. Man is iconic, but yes, leaning over the DM screen is just. It's just, body language to emphasise size.
Yeah, that's why I get annoyed when my camera doesn't work.
Yeah.
When we're playing D&D, because it's like so much, like even Andre, right? When I'm in the last session we had, I was going between Andre and Cordelia, and the biggest difference, like I can't do voices, but the physicality is a world apart for them two.
I have that a lot as well, which has been a big.
So Andre's all down here. He's all cozy. If I could have a wine glass, I would.
It's such a struggle for me this year because when we play online with the girls, we don't have cameras on. They don't play with cameras. I miss having the physicality because I do gesture when I'm role playing a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of physicality in the way you roleplay. I know this when you play Tala.
Thank you. So when not having that with them, it's
tough. It's tough.
So there's some, especially like with AJ's campaign as well, like having gone from those really cool sessions.
To suddenly
where, like,
you can't.
I'm being very physical, and the DM is reciprocating is a good feeling. To go from having that and then to not having it, it's just.
It's tough. It's real tough. Do you know? I thought of you earlier, Stacey, because in Elsinore, there's a character called Othello. subtle writers of Elsinore, and he tells the most ridiculous stories. And he was telling a story about how he was called into the woods by singing, and it was Titania, and she wanted him to be in love with her, and like this whole story. And I was like,
Huh.
sweating, like, he was BSing, but I'm like, this is Lo's life. He was just flirting with me in game, but that's Lo's for real's life. I'm meant to be editing. I'm assuming he was BSing, by the way. I don't know that he was. Anyway, sorry, Booker.
I think one powerful thing as well that happens at the table, which I'm sure Das will agree with, is the power of a posture shift when playing a character. It's like going from playing a character who's, you know, is leaning back and is talking very casually to just the ever so slight.
Yeah. The zeroing in effect.
Yeah. Just.
It's so hard to do on camera, but fortunately through the power of the cluster, sometimes we can work out who we're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
But like when you can do it at a table, it's beautiful. Because the panic sets in front of you.
It's just.
It's great.
Like one of my character's things is like one of Ariash's things in her campaign is she has a mark on the back of her neck. That's part of her backstory. I can't remember what we agreed on. I think it's meant to be a tattoo and not a brand. I think it's a tattoo, but she has something on the back of her neck. So when we were at the table, whenever we sort of started to get into dangerous backstory territory, that's when I would start to do things like, doing stuff like this, sort of messing with hair around the back of the neck and putting hands under here and things like that. And again, that's something that we don't really get anymore. Thankfully it's not come up, so I'm hoping that by the time we can go back to the table, I can go back to the sort of suggestive hint of rubbing the back of the neck when things get awkward and things like that, because there's actually something there on the character. And
like, don't get us wrong, there are things you can do with digital D&D that you could not do with real life D&D.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Max blows my mind every time she runs a session. It is crazy some of the stuff she has done on Roll20.
Yeah. You can do some shit. And also less having to hide physical objects from your friends. God knows, if I handed you guys the amount of paper I hand you in OCART, you would have a book. Although, I've said it before and I said it again, one day I'm gonna actually post things to you guys.
I would love that. I mean, I've got...
Like, seriously.
I have a few here. This is my notebook for Ages campaign. I have a few here. So this is one of Game T's notebooks, obviously. With the inserts. But my friend Haley actually got me this Ziploc folder, which I've woven in to the thing.
You can put handouts in there.
Yeah, it's full of handouts. And this isn't even half of them. This is maybe like a 16th. Because these are the handouts that I have.
Yeah, let alone
and
other
like
players.
Other players have got them, and then there's like bits, whispered notes, things from events.
Yeah.
The freaking AJ. My character.
They're beautiful, all of them.
They're gorgeous. My character lost fingers, so here's a replacement mechanical armature fingers that the artificer made for me, and AJ just freaking made it.
AJ's ridiculous. Yeah, I hope that she knows that I adore her and I think she's ridiculous.
There she is with her new facial scar. Because apparently, if I make an elf character, they have to receive a facial scar at some point.
I will remember this for future.
Apparently. And then so they're all in the stuff at the back, but I have more. In the back.
And I mean, I try and make them for myself with so I did it in Curse of Strahd really well. I have the letter that Strahd sent Marin I have really made.
Oh yeah, if I flick through again, there's more in the folders as well. Yeah, I've got the campaign map in the front. Again, AJ made just this astounding world map.
Of course you did.
And let me find the page because it's in here somewhere. Because I'm a drow, someone gave me a business card that's written in drow. Like I copied.
That's ridiculous.
I copied it into my notebook, but then she like had a physical.
Handed it to you.
Yeah, she was like, oh, she was like, oh, he gives this to you. This is what he gives you, and I was like, oh, so I just have this man's business card, written in drow.
Yeah.
And there's another one. Again, this is just this. This is, even with the ones I've just shown you, this is still like not even a 16th of the handouts we've had for this campaign. Where's the next one?
See, that's the thing. If I ran IRL, that would be me constantly. That would be my whole D&D prep.
See, this one I replicated what I did with you.
I love that shit.
This was one that she sent me digitally, and I printed it out and tea-stained it. So that's one that I've done with your campaign before.
Yes, because you have thing that I was about to say that is spoilers.
Yes, this one in this book, which almost looks exactly the same. In nearly exactly the same place.
But yeah, one day you will all receive. I will have to ask for addresses and things, but one day you will all receive a mysterious envelope with me. Spoilers, Blue.
Yes!
Spoilers for the Oak Cup people.
Yes.
You'll have to ask Darla about that one day. But one day you will receive mysterious mail from me, and it will say "Do not open until instructed," and it will contain
That's so
physical
cool.
things. Because I want to do that more than life itself.
AJ did it for Lucy once, and I was just like in awe. She was like, "Oh, you go to the post because it's a naval campaign. It's like after being at sea for months, you go to the nearest dispatch office." And she literally handed her a wad of 7 letters that she had written, and I was like,
I want to do that stuff.
And I was there, and Lucy was like, "What is it?" And of course she was like, "I'll tell you in character if there's things I want to share."
Yeah.
And I was like, "No, I want to know what it is."
I have to read the mail.
Handouts are so good, and
They're
even,
so good.
like-
I know it's a meme in the Oak Heart party that I give a lot of handouts, but I love that shit.
It's like whenever I get given a handout, I'm very tempted to print it out to have it in here.
Mm.
So I may still do that.
Yeah. There are some of the ones that you guys already have that I would love to make up the way I visualize them. The only problem is I'm not very good with handwriting. Like I can't do like handwriting styles.
We see,
so
that's why I cheated and printed it. So it's
I don't know,
printed and then tea stained.
Yeah.
To give
Tea staining is half the fun, to be honest.
It's simple but effective.
Yeah.
And then the
I have so many things I want to ask Tyler. Me the fuck too.
yeah. And then the drops at the bottom was because I'm obviously an artist. I just had paint lying around, so that's just literally just held the paintbrush up and just waited for it to drip off, and that was it. So,
and it's accurate for what it really is.
Yep. I mean, we don't have to be weird. I mean, it's pretty obvious, really, what that's supposed to be, isn't it?
It's Tyler. What the fuck do you think it is?
Everyone who knows Tyler has an idea of what that's gonna be. They may not know the contents of the writing, but they know what this is.
Yeah.
That's obvious.
I can't. I know.
Well,
Bad time. I was listening to that song yesterday.
yeah, that's on the playlist for yeah.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I know. I put it there.
Yeah, it was your suggestion that put it there.
Me and Kay did this.
Man, that was session 3.
Yeah.
We're nearly
Technically,
at
it was
the
session 3.5.
3.5 or 2.5 because it's literally stuck in it halfway through session 3.
I don't know.
Is where I stuck it in.
Whenever I dragged you away for like 3 hours. See ya, frog. I know that feel.
Bye.
We're being distracted, Blue.
We are. I think this is technically 2.5 because session 3.
Yeah.
Session 3 doesn't end with them being in a place where they can talk. whereas session 2
Yeah.
does, because session 2 is literally, oh, I know a tavern.
Yes, it was. Yes.
So it's session
It was them.
2.5 was that.
Yeah, because it's behind the tavern. A lot happened in that 0.5.
Well, like you said, it was like 3 hours. That's
Yeah.
that's the summary of the book that you gave me.
Oh my god, from
Yeah.
session 1.
Yeah, from session 1, Darius's book. That's the summary. Back when I was
Yeah.
back when I was
You looked at that recently?
Yes. Yes, I have. Literally in
Yes, I have,
Literally-
ominous Claire.
You were the one who called me out for it in the dungeon when you were like, Blue remembers her stuff, and I was like, because I write it down.
I didn't call you out as much as you correctly remembered it, and I praised you for it.
Yeah, if you couldn't, you probably couldn't see on the camera. That's because I literally grabbed this book and flicked to the front because I was like, I know this. This is from the start. It's right here.
Session 1,
Yes.
the
Session-
throwbacks.
Session 1.
Pay off.
And then also the prologue that you wrote, I printed out and stuck in here.
Oh man, the letter?
Yep. And the little bit of flavour text at the top of how I got the letter.
Hey! That's important for you.
I thought it might be, which is why I kept it.
I went back through those the other day because I was like, man, I remember writing those and how like buzzing excited I was.
It's always very exciting at the start.
Yeah. Even though it's like terrifying.
Yeah. I swear I get distracted by this book every week. Because we always come around to this topic.
Yeah. Yeah, I rolled to see who got theirs delivered by certain means. Das, you got the simplest one. Although you got there were pros and cons to like some of them were pretty simple, but you learned something. Was the way it worked. So Thane's method of delivery was pretty simple, but he actually saw things that would serve him, or learned things that would serve him.
Okay. That's pretty cool. So it balances out.
Yeah.
Because mine, if anything, just causes more questions again.
I remember that letter now. I remember how easily.
I haven't reread it in a long time.
I remember how easily I went into Fenna as a character writing those. Just, it was like that. It was so easy.
Oh, the first paragraph, yeah.
Can you hear her?
Yeah, I can. I can even though her voice is your voice, I can hear her.
Yeah. I'm doing it. I'm doing the DMing good.
Ah, yes, the 100 gold pieces that Tala did not keep.
No. Money or a favour? It's up to you which one's worth more.
Oh, she took the money, but the money got sent.
Oh, no.
Sent
But like
elsewhere.
that was my like character build session 1 question for you guys was like you're offered 100 gold or a favour from a spy master essentially. Which one do you take and why, basically? I had that as a thing I wanted to do originally, but then I realised that'd be too difficult. Like it was interfered with pacing. Was originally when I set out to do this, I was like every session I want to present a character question essentially. Because I can't find Dark, I will find it for you. Because I have them in a different folder. And then I will go back to editing.
I just got very thoroughly distracted from art for a while there.
Yeah. He did ask for a favour. D&D. Oka. Arc 1. Nope. Prologue. Letters from Fenna. Oh god, what act is Thane? Is Act 1 scene? No, Act 1 scene 1 is Hurry.
I'm 4, I believe.
Thane is 2.
Don't know the number. I believe I'm number 4.
You are.
Well,
I always remember that one.
in this instance, I'm number 4. Is that right, girls?
Yes. That's correct, yes.
She's not looking at the camera because she knows I'm staring at her.
Oh, are you? I was... In this instance, yes, you are number 4. Yes, and you all had different. They're all called different things. Can't remember them all now. What are they? I know Thane is wandering. No, Talas is wandering. Oh, that was it, yeah. Well, I should say you learned things in the context of the fact that you knew nothing before you read it. Okay, meditating. It's happening. Blue is actually getting things done. Don't harass her. Ugh! Ah!
Right.
Change that fucking sentence. That sentence does nothing.
Oh dear.
I've managed to convey information with absolutely no finesse or pizzazz at all. It's kind of the point, but also it just isn't right. I don't like this whole section. Oh no. Welcome to my cardinal sin. My cardinal sin in writing is I really like telling people things. And you shouldn't do that all the time. I like you doing it as a dramatic effect, but I think people correctly say it's also just laziness. Ooh, that's a line.
That's nope. What?
Ooh,
There we go. That's better.
what? Hello?
Messing around with lines is fine.
There you go.
It's fine.
I was like, is it me?
I fixed it.
It is done. That's an easy fix. I forgot that this lady's a terrible person.
People are still hoping for Sinner remakes next year.
I hear it every year. I was talking to my brother about this. I hear it every year.
But next
I
year,
have given up hope.
next year is an anniversary year. It is Pokemon's 20th.
Yes, we've done the conspiracy board on this before, I remember.
But that's the new thing for the conspiracy of it's the 25th anniversary, so an anniversary is a good time for a remake.
The remake of the maybe best Pokemon game.
I'm afraid that the community generally refers to. I believe the consensus is the most popular game is Heart Gold Soul Silver.
I understand that. Even
Which
if
is I believe
love
is
Diamond
classed
and
as the
Pearl
same
more than my own life.
generation. It's classed as the same generation as Diamond and Pearl.
I think so. Because
DS.
what, Diamond Pearl's 5? And then
Diamond Pearl is 4.
Alpha Sapphire is 4. Can't remember. I don't know. I don't know why I'm claiming to know things about Pokemon to you.
Diamond and Pearl is Gen 4. Black
that
and
sounds right.
White is Gen 5, which is still on the
Gen
DS. X and Y is Gen 3, which was then 3DS. Then we had
3DS.
Then we had Ruby
Had it.
Sapphire remake.
At the minute they remake Diamond and Pearl, that's what I'm gonna do. That will be me.
I mean, obviously I'm gonna get it as well, so we'll be able to play together because now good internet exists.
Yeah.
Because when Diamond and Pearl first came out, it was like that really it was
It was like one of the first gens with Wi-Fi trading.
yeah, but it was
I
really,
remember.
but it was really bad.
Yep.
Whereas
I
now they
yeah.
actually kind of have a Wi-Fi system that works now.
Yeah. Yeah, my brother's been replaying Platinum on his DS because he still has a DS that works, the bastard. And I'm like, I miss it. Take me back. I want to get fucked up by that weasel. Or as my brother keeps correcting me, it's a floatzel.
It's a fluent song.
It's like, yes, I know, but it's a spiritually it's a weasel. I don't need that line. I've just said the thing that means the same thing. I can do that differently.
There we go.
Ooh, I like that line. I've got to remember, like, when I edit for other people, there's a lot of like, wow, this line's really good. Like, there's lots of like ticks and green highlights, and I don't do that when I do it for myself, and I don't know why. I can do better. Once per original piece, I try to use a semicolon and use it incorrectly. Not my punctuation of choice. My punctuation device of choice is and always will be commas. I've edited for people whose writing device was semicolons, and it's a pain. It's a pain in the ass. I'm like, how do you live like this?
Damn, bitch, you live like this?
Honestly. At least with my comma addiction, you can just break some of them into full stops. Semicolons, I actually have to work out the anatomy of the fucking sentence. That should just be a comma. Stick with what you know. Actually, that shouldn't be anything. That's just a sentence. You don't need punctuation there, self. I can do better than that. Hey, that is a correct use of a semicolon. Good job, pass me. did it. I'm gonna remove that. Oof, that ending. We love to see it. There is not a huge amount to do here. We love to see it.
Excellent. She's just slapping it down some purple based off where the markings are on the sketch.
Hey, wow, I just tapped back in. Nice.
Hello? Hi! Are you gonna come and say hello?
Wait, is this real?
Or are you just gonna scream? No, I'm just gonna sit here.
Wait, I shouldn't have checked Twitter. Okay. Okay, get out of Twitter. Get out of Twitter.
What you doing on Twitter?
Engaging in bad habits. I'm back. I thought for a second that they were bringing my favorite musical back to do a live stream of it, and I nearly burst into tears live on camera.
Wow. That's one way to get views.
Near miss. Near miss. Because that wins the things I want in my life lottery. Freely accessible musicals. My favorite musical coming back. With the original cast. Would have been like, okay, the problem with this is now I've gone through and identified the problems, I actually have to fix them.
Ah, yes.
Okay, the easy part, all the stuff that's red, you just get rid of.
Yes.
Our cat was in a weird fucking mood today. She wanted to fight God, and she probably would have won. Matilda's like either just like the sweetest like misunderstood cat or she's the devil, and I can't tell.
That sounds like cats.
Yeah. My brother's a super cat person and I'm a super dog person for the most part. Even though we both get on with both, we both like, my brother really understands cats and I really understand dogs for the most part. So like he's just like every time Matilda's sitting there and she's like, her eyes are following where my feet are and I'm like, she's gonna tap my feet if I try and walk past her. He's like, no. I'm like, I don't trust this fucking cat, brother. This cat wants me dead. This cat has sinned my death.
That's just cats.
To be fair, Matilda's nearly killed 2 people in this house.
Yeah.
Because she's the same colour as our carpet on the stairs.
Oh, well, yeah, that's asking for trouble.
Yeah. It's like, if you go down there in the middle of the night, make sure you put that light on. She's an apricot. She's apricot colour.
Oh.
Which is like a blondish ginger colour, but they call it apricot.
Yeah, I think I know the colour.
Yeah. She's very cute. Even if she is evil. As far as I can tell.
Cats are just the epitome of your secret is safe with my indifference.
Yeah, they really are. God, what's a good Critical Role quote for dogs? My intelligence is 6, I know what I'm doing. Do-do-do-do. Footage of cat attempting murder shared with you. Oops, my phone is crashing again.
Oh, I think the screaming is gonna start soon. I just heard a
Oh
grumble.
no, the
I
baby.
heard the grumbling. Oh,
Oh, there's a little rumbling one.
you can hear the grumbles.
Look at this good burp you're doing.
Thank you.
I just tapped back in. I've been so in my editing. I haven't looked at your good burp.
Very happy with how the good bird is. It's just like getting, start getting bored of completion.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to be
Yeah.
putting shading on this because I've put zero thought into light while doing this.
Lighting.
I put zero thought into lighting, so I probably won't do that. It's probably just going to stay as flat. But this is the most comprehensive Kika drawing that I've done so far.
Hey. I think her icon in Roll20 is still the meme.
Yeah, it does. Yes, I do use red as the. I've only just read what you put, but yes, I use red
Yeah.
as the marker color. Red is my. For some
outline.
reason, long ago, red became my default sketch color.
When I did, like, the stuff with photos where I had to sketch in on top of it, I always used, like, bright green was always mine.
Bright green's a good one for contrast. I don't know why. Red is just.
I think it might be harder if you're drawing on white, though.
Maybe, yeah. As illustrated by this, because I was drawing in red at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Red is the.
Oh, yeah.
Red is the default.
That's layer still there.
Yeah, it's still
Just
there.
vibing,
I
like
just
a
put
threat.
it on another layer. Yeah, the red is the sketch layer.
It's an alternate. That's like the shiny version of Kika. The shiny
Kika
colour
has
is
red markings.
because default Kika is so quote unquote shiny that the default colours are red and white instead.
Well, the default color, the shiny colors would be the osprey colors.
Yeah, that's true.
What her colors should be if she didn't
Quote,
have Kirok
unquote.
for a mother.
If Kirok wasn't, Kirok.
What, like this or like that?
Sorry if you can hear, by the way, the immersion going.
I can't. You can probably
I think
hear
my brother is.
Sadie
My brother is
having a yell.
either. Oh yeah, I can very much hear Sadie. But either my brother is having a shower or my nan's having a bath, which is why you can hear the boiler. Because it's like
I don't-
literally to my immediate left, my immediate right.
I don't know which red you're referring to. Ooh.
Eee,
Ooh.
we don't like that.
Don't like that, no. Where's that picture that oh god, I'm never going to be able to find it, but you probably know the one that's... You probably know the one that's... It's a picture that we used when we've been referring to Kirok in the past because of Kirok's backstory, What We're Giants, and it was the picture of this little bird in like someone's hands. And someone had redrawn it as basically an Aarakocra in Giant's hands, and it looked terrified. And I remember seeing that, and I was like, "Oh, that's Kirok and her backstory."
Saunted's a good word. Excuse to use sauntered in a sentence. We love to see it. I should probably actually put the word that has to go after that in.
Let's take the wax and go. Just the two of us.
The thing is, I can see Kika doing something stupid like standing up to her.
You could also just have ended that sentence about halfway through.
Gee, thanks. I like to think out of the party, Kika has done very minimal stupid stuff. Because she tends to be too nervous.
I am gonna decline to comment.
Wow. That's just mean.
Posey hasn't done much, but most of the things she's done, not the
Questionable.
brightest. Yeah. Yeah, That's a good word. Hey, Gore.
Hey, cool.
Okay.
Posey hasn't done much, and this is a threat.
I'll race you.
I don't have to fix this, I can just get rid of it. Yes!
Said the villain to the PCs.
Sorry, I laughed, but I didn't entirely register what you said.
Wow, that audio delay.
Hmm.
That's the problem with
Speaking of
PCs.
villains, are you referring to Sadie?
That's the problem with PCs, is that every villain is always like, oh yeah, I will just get rid of this problem later, and then inevitably the PCs come back and say something dramatic like, you should
Surprise!
have killed me
I am the
while
problem,
you
and 9
could.
years later.
You should have killed me while you could.
And you had the chance.
I mean, yes,
One
it's
of my
a trope,
favourite
but also
like
it's the good...
lines to drop is "You should have killed me when you had the chance."
Oh, Tala will definitely say that in the future.
Oh, I know.
That thing
I
is-
hope she
that-
does.
That might as well be tattooed on the inside of her arm.
I was gonna say something, but that was spoilers.
To be honest, Del probably should have said that as well. But that would have been just messing with fate, really.
Yeah.
It
With
also
Tala,
open-
it feels a
also
little
opens up-
more appropriate.
Yeah. It does also open up to, you know, going, you should have killed me when you had the chance, and just being like, oh, what, all 50 times that I had? I could have killed you at any point.
Yeah. I'm so excited for Oakheart things. I'm so excited.
I'm so excited, I just can't hide it.
Villain stuff. I knew this vicariously from Das, but it is like a drug. It's so good. And I haven't got to do a lot of it,
I hope I can facilitate
but it's
that.
fun. You're an enabler in the best way.
Good.
To be honest, the only villain stuff big villain stuff I've got to do is directly at you.
You could probably tell from my track history of the last two campaigns, but I like being an enabler for a big villain.
For a good villain.
I like being an enabler for a villain. It's fun. Which is why every character I ever make always seems to have some kind of antagonist tied to them, even if
They're
it's
built
not,
in.
even if it's not intentional. Even if it's not intentional, they inevitably get one.
You were at least when you brought the Tala file over to me and slammed it on the desk and opened it. You were upfront with with your expectations, and your desires in this respect.
I mean, I can't argue with that because I'm pretty sure that's what happened because we went for coffee.
Yes.
When we did the bulk of establishing Tala's backstory, so I think it literally was like slamming a book on the table.
I seem to remember the first things you said to me about Tala, before there was any concept of Tala, is, I am making a werewolf, and she hates vampires.
No, I think my phrase was, how do you feel about good old-fashioned vampires versus
Yeah,
werewolves?
werewolf versus vampires. And I was like, yes?
How do you feel about
How did
good
you know?
old-fashioned vampires versus werewolves?
How do I feel about vampires?
Because I want to play a
Gestures.
Hello! Oh, she's got the zoomies, everyone.
Oh. She's so excited.
Night zoomies. Thing is, if I go
You got
down there and
laser
try to
pointer?
stroke her, I'm just going to be met with a paw going,
You'll be killed. we like, because I've got my walking sticks over there. I just like hover them in front of Matilda so she can try and grab them. Which is a bad thing to have taught her to do, because then if I ever need the walking stick again to like move, she's gonna think I'm playing. Yeah, you'll all get your time
Whoa.
with my villains.
Gotcha. Big
Oh.
complaint.
That
No.
did sound like like an actual baby, a human baby.
Oh, big unhappy. I do not
noise
wish to be
crimes.
held.
Noise crimes.
I am in murder mode. I do not wish to be held.
Fuck it. This is a bit on the nose, but I'm keeping it in.
Oh, big eyes.
Big.
She went for me then.
Mother, I will kill you. Need a better word. Need a better word.
4.
The phrase I have is the sunlight was overwhelming, but overwhelming, I don't like it. So I either need a phrase or another word.
I don't know how you would fit it into the sentence, but burnished is a good word. But that's more to describe something here, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's more. I think I'm just gonna redo the whole sentence. I think. 'Cause I think as a sentence, it just kind of sucks.
Nothing wrong with it. It's just, I guess, basic.
Yeah.
I'll race you. I'll race you.
Yeah, sure. I don't need that.
Did I tell you about the time that I called out AJ and Max on trying to be sneaky with me in a one-shot?
I seem to recall this, but tell it anyway.
So AJ wanted to run a one-shot to try and get a feeling for DMing. And this was before she was running her campaign. So the premise of the one-shot was that she'd found a Wild West interpretation of 5th edition.
Yes.
Using 5e
yes,
rules.
yes.
And she said to make it simple for everyone can just play like Wild West versions of their characters in Blue's campaign. And everyone was like, oh yeah, we like that idea. And I was like, well, what do I play? Because I'm the DM. And she was like,
I remember this now.
yeah, you remember where this is going. She said,
Just play Blue.
Play Blue. Just play Blue. And I was like,
Just play Blue.
okay. And then she was writing it. And
You
then
don't need encouragement, yeah.
And then it became apparent that Max was going to be visiting the UK, and it was like, oh, she can join in
Yep,
as well.
I remember this.
And I was
You
like,
told me this in person at a sushi restaurant.
yes, I did. And I was like, Max does have a character that she plays in my game, a sort of semi-NPC, semi-online kind of role. But something in the back of my mind sort of twigged. And I was like, I don't trust this at all. And the pair, it was just the pair. There was, I can't even remember what it was. It was something that AJ must have said or something. I don't know. But literally on the night, we were chilling and having a bit of takeaway before D&D as is sort of tradition. And
Classic.
And I said to Max, I was like, "Are you excited to play?" She was like, "Yeah, I'm very excited. It should be good." And I literally looked at her and I just went, grabbed a piece of paper, tore a corner off, wrote on it,
Yep.
folded it in half, and put it on the table, and I left it there until we started playing. And then literally we got about 15 minutes in, and then AJ did the whole, and then you see this person goes through the
Introduce yourself, yeah.
introduce yourself. Max clears her throat and goes, well, And she goes through the whole rigmarole of explaining her character, and I go, ah, yes.
Yep.
Holds up hand, holds a piece of paper, hands it to Max, and she unfolds it and sees that Breos is written on it in all caps. And she just stares at it and goes, how did you? And I was like,
I just know you. I just see through you and your villain moustache.
Because I know you. Like, if Blue's here, then he's gonna be here as well, so he can be a bloody antagonist for her.
They just follow you. You just need an antagonist, always. No one psychoanalyze why it's so fun playing antagonist to Blue's characters. I don't know what you would get out of that, but no one psychoanalyze it.
I mean, there's got to be something there. Clearly it's something to do with me, because I've had I've had four different friends who enjoy doing it. So clearly I'm just very good at playing that role. I don't know.
I think it's because I don't know. I think it's because it's so unnatural to antagonize you. It's so obviously a performance, you know, because you're so easy to get on with. Like it helps the drama of it because they're both really obviously playing parts. It's really hard to explain. That's what I would guess.
I like to think that I give a good show at least. Like I give good like I give good feedback.
God knows, me and you, Oakcart wise, there's not much, we're simmering, but it's been fun already. Apart from the part, I was gonna use first person for that then, fucking Christ.
Were you about to
I was gonna say
you about to say
yeah,
when
I was gonna say apart from the part where you killed one of my daughters, which is not correct. That comes later. Thinking about her too much. That's the thing, when your campaign's like moving plot-wise, you simmer in your villains' heads for a while.
Like I said, maybe it's me trying to be a bit smug, but I like to think that I at least make a good roleplay partner for people who are trying to play.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like
it's comfortable for me as well because like I'm so comfortable RPing off you.
Yeah.
Not that I'm not comfortable RPing off of
we've known
everyone
each other
else,
for a
but
long
like
time. In a role, like in a role-playing
Like-
sense, like not just as people.
yeah.
We've known each other for. a
And
long
I've
time
played
role-playing.
next to you when you've been antagonized by someone else. So there's a lot happening there. Yeah, you draw the best out of our worst characters. That's a good way of wording it.
Maybe it is something to do with that. In that it's like you said, it's about the contrast. So
Yeah.
because they have this stark contrast between the the protagonist and the antagonist, that it just works well. I don't know.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Because the thing is, like,
Even though Tala's a fun grey area.
well, that's the thing. I was literally about to say, cluster is the reason
Same
I
route.
use protagonist antagonist is like I can't, with at least two of my characters, I can't really refer to them as the good guy.
No.
Like
Damara and
that
Tala
only
definitely
kind
are
of
in it.
applies to maybe Blue and Kirok and Kika, but like Del was
Yeah.
not a good person, and neither is Tala.
Definitely not Tala.
They're not good people by any means. They're just who I'm playing, and you're playing the antagonist to them.
Yes. Which is a dynamic that behind the scenes I'm having a lot of fun with.
Yeah. But it's interesting as well because they were not good people, but from different aspects.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
And also on different scales.
yeah, on different scales. Like Damara was very much not a nice person, but that was because she'd been made into not a nice person, and it turned out in the end that naturally she was actually quite a nice person.
Mhm.
Whereas Tala is very much similar but different. It's very, very hardened.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, by if anything, she's been made into this not a nice person by herself.
Yeah. I don't know if you would agree with me on this, but I don't know that we know or Tala knows where on that spectrum she's gonna end up.
Don't know.
Or that she cares that much about where in that she ends up.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the reasons. I mean, obviously I wanted to pick Bloodhunter because I wanted to be a werewolf, but it's one of the reasons that the Bloodhunter is a good choice for the class, because it's like
Bloodhunter's a lot of fun, because
Yeah.
it's literally part of the class is to be like, you're doing bad things for good reasons
Yeah.
in a weird way.
yeah, bad things for good reasons is literally Tyler's whole thing. It's like, I think she said very early on in the campaign that she knows that she is in and of herself a monster. But she is using that to fight a monster.
Yeah. And that's a fun dynamic.
Yeah,
It's
which is probably why she sneers at
There's a
gods
lot of-
a lot as well, because she probably, in her mindset, is just like, I'm gonna go to fucking hell. I'm taking as many people with me as I can.
and I'm gonna have fun when I get there, because I'm gonna know everyone. Yeah, that's a good read, Des.
Yeah.
Valid.
Doug. So that's valid.
There are characters like that. It's fine. Over psychoanalyzing our characters is me and Blue's primary high pastime.
Oh yeah.
This is what we do. I can't wait until you know Posey well enough that I can join in.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Getting there.
Level 4. You're not at level 4 yet.
No, but I've definitely at least advanced to level 2.
You've wedged into the level 1. You've wedged level 1.
Oh come
You're
on,
now
I'm going to
moving
level
up.
2.
Mm.
doing the ceiling, the night sky. That was enough to get to
Okay,
level 2.
we're maybe like halfway between level 1 and 2.
We're getting to
We're
level
getting
2.
there. She's a slow XP character. I tried to make a good Pokemon joke. Did I do it?
Yes.
Thank you for your validation.
if they're slow to get XP, it just means they'll be stronger in the end.
That's true. That's very true. That's actually very fair. That's a posy roast, but also very fair. I could psychoanalyze D&D characters all the fucking day.
Oh yeah.
God knows, I've been vibing in general OC feelings, NPC feelings.
I say this
I can't
very-
wait. One day I'll be able to share them with all of you.
I say regularly, I love having a villain to play off of, and you guys give me great villains to do that with.
I'm glad you're liking her in a weird, roundabout kind of way.
I like to hate her, is kind of the weird thing. Which, you know, is kind of how it was.
That's the point.
Yeah, that's the point. That's how it was with Cromwell. It's like, you love to hate him. It's like, oh, this guy is an absolute trash bag. I can't
Yeah,
wait to slam dunk him
no one's
into
gonna
this
say
pool
that
of
they
water.
liked Crumblebottom. That's not true.
You're not supposed to like
No.
them.
He's fun because he's so awful.
Yeah.
I'm glad Mara is also fun because she's awful.
Shakes hands. Mara Crumble being a piece of shit.
Being aw. Being just like profoundly pieces of shit.
Just being awful.
Yeah. It's fun to talk to you about this because you have a greater idea of the scale of the awful. The rest of the party is still learning. Still catching up.
It's the art of drip feeding backstory.
Yes.
It's very hard to do.
Yes.
The art of
I
just
think
giving
honestly that's the skill that we're going to be doing for the whole of D&D for as long as we play role-playing games is how do you drip feed Not only from a player perspective to other players, but DM to player.
Yeah. To be honest, I think I could tell that you enjoyed playing him, which is probably why I got so much enjoyment
Oh,
out
yeah.
of it as well, because I enjoyed playing Dell
It
and
is
you
vicarious.
enjoyed playing him, which meant we had good chemistry when doing stuff
Good
together.
banter. Crumble as well, like, I think there's a couple of different ways you can do villains. Crumble was very present. He was always there. Like, his threat was because he was so involved. Whereas me, and Nemo to some extent also was like this, is our villains are very pulled back. You haven't seen a lot of them. They're just there, and you know that they're there. And neither of them are particularly better than each other, but...
Again, I feel like it was like, in a way, the party made him present when you think about it, because if you actually look at the campaign, like, once he was revealed publicly to the party as a bad guy, physically he wasn't there quite a lot. But, like, the threat of him was there.
Yeah.
Like,
but also just, like, the places that he existed and the places where you were commonly were the same places. Like,
there was the
cities where you guys
any
lived
time.
were where Crumble operated. Like, he could be anywhere, is the thing.
There was the big fear that he could turn up anywhere, and it ended up being validated because it quite frequently in places that people
did.
Quite frequently in places that people thought were safe, we got attacked, which just made him very like present.
Yeah.
It was like almost less being afraid of the person and like being afraid of the idea of the person.
I wrote a whole fic about this. It evokes a kind of paranoia, which is beautiful.
Dell existed on paranoia.
Yeah.
Like it's one of those things where I was like, it's a good thing elves don't actually need to sleep, otherwise she would have died of sleep deprivation long ago.
Yeah. Again, I've read a fic about this. Yeah, and I'm at the moment anyway the other way. You haven't. Well, most of you have never seen Mara.
Gonna make a little...
What?
Gonna make that little addendum at the end. None of you.
Asterix.
None of you. Correction. Most of you.
Most of you have not seen Mara.
Yeah. Like I said, I said congratulations. You managed to create a rogue that is afraid of the dark.
Yeah. What the fuck am I listening to? Get that shit out of here. But yeah, I'm excited to do more villain nonsense. Also, they're just like fun. They're just fun. Because to some extent, you build them off of what you know will get reactions from party.
Oh yeah.
Because you know you're making a villain for as much as I make Oak Heart for all of you, because I think you will enjoy it and have fun. I make the villain because I know you will hate them.
Oh yeah.
Here.
I
someone that
have
you will
that
hate.
with my own homebrew campaign. Like, obviously, I'm playing pre-written at the moment, but in my homebrew one, they're just like when I'm making villains, I'm just like, I'm making someone for them to hate.
Yeah.
Which was the opposite of when I made Draven, where it's like I'm making someone for them to like.
Yeah.
I'm really happy
Sometimes
that
you
they
make
did
NPCs
like it.
that way.
It was a bit on the fence briefly, and AJ even said she was like when Bellamy first met Draven, he hated him, but now. Actually really kind of likes him, and also the party probably ships them, and I'm like, this is wonderful. This is all I could have wanted.
Yeah. I've made one or two NPCs specifically for you guys to like, I think. Sometimes I have manipulated that. Pats Lee on the head. You are good egg. Friends love you.
Do you remember I don't have it to hand, but I could probably find it because I think it's in the drawer behind me, but I'm sure both of you, Curls and Das, you remember the chart that I made about
Which one?
comparing rogue to monk.
Yes. Yes.
Which was basically
This was part of the Day of Crumble theories. I believe.
yeah. Which was basically I wrote all the abilities that Del had / would have as a rogue, and all the abilities that I thought Crumble would have as a monk. And then I drew lines to them to point out how all of the monk abilities could counteract all of the rogue abilities. Because it was things like,
Good shit.
Sneak attack can't be activated one-on-one. Things like that. Sentinel counteracted the mobile
Sentinel,
thing.
yeah.
Things like that. Rogue movement counteracted, the elf boat movement and things like that. I've still got it somewhere, but Jesus. Every single thing perfectly counted, and it was barely even trying as well. It was like, wow, monks just really would work really well against rogues.
Why don't you stay a little while? While we hold on to the thoughts we share.
What?
Let us watch the rain go by. Always remember those sweet, sweet memories that we.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna have to stop.
Yes.
We're gonna have to stop talking about villains because I want to say so many things that I can't say.
Aw. Yeah, I would agree with that, which was, a good thing
Also,
and
yes.
healthy for Del, because it meant that, because she was a selfish person, there was this sort of, I'm going to cling to this person because they can keep me safe, but then that meant that Grunt and Del actually started to form, this relationship that was really important for both of them, really. Not just for Del Mar, it was kind of important for Grunt as well. God, I think so frequently about the attack on the guild hall, all of the components.
I've been thinking about that for the entire conversation that we've just had.
Yeah,
That's the encounter I was
I
thinking
distinctly remember as well the moment when the portal opened and Nemo was like, Grunt's just gonna barrel through, and I was like, I shout at her to stop. And he was like, do you say that in character? And I was like, yes. And he was like, okay, then she stops and she doesn't go through. And I was like, and it was like, imagine if you'd actually gone through. And he was like, I was going to. And I was like, you're a madman. You're an absolute loony. God, the campaign would have been so different if she'd gone through.
Playing a
there.
tank be like that though. Playing that kind of character, it really is like that.
The campaign
It's
was
like,
so
no, I'm
different, though,
going.
Because if she'd
I'm
gone
just
through,
going.
she'd have died. That's said several times, and Nemo was like, "Oh no, I'm fully aware. If she'd gone through, she'd have died, but she still would have done it." And
Yeah.
I was like,
Oh, yeah,
I scream at her,
Nemo.
just don't, just don't stop.
Nemo's great like that.
Yeah, and that moment is also burned into my mind because literally as the portal is closing, it's like, oh, the last thing you see is Crumble looking over his shoulder directly at you, and I'm just like,
Ugh, no, thank you.
because that just solidified because that was the moment where Del had chosen where her alliance laid, and it was like, okay, my fate is sealed now. I can't go back now. Gonna curl into a ball and just crush under the weight of my sins.
What a line.
It's really weird to think that if, like, I mean, there's no way knowing what kind of character Nemo would have played if Grunt had died there, but, like, basically the ending to the campaign could have been totally different when you think about it. Because we had that whole ritual of, like, breaking the links, and Del chose Grunt as her, like, bonded person. I've forgotten the terminology for it, but you know what I mean. Because, like, thinking about the party comp, because, like, at that point it's like Alistair's gone, we don't have Grunt, we've in theory got someone else, so then you're left with Dalmara and Buckley and Shimmer, and it's like, oof, that's a very different party comp, and unfortunately not a very good one either. Yeah. It's like, thank God Nosdo did come back, really. Because if he hadn't as well, then yeah, it's like there's no tank. We've got one healer, which we're at the stage of the game where healers very much get targeted. So that is a group that has no survivability. So that sort of like spells the end of the campaign, really, of like TPK imminent. Oof, the fear of thinking about what could have been.
Yeah, for real. That's the fun thing with D&D, is it? Because anything could theoretically happen. So, like, every time something crazy happens, you're like, but what if?
All I have to say is bad end. I mean,
Yeah.
you wrote it. You wrote it.
Yeah, I did open this door.
Bad end.
Bad end.
I mean, that could still be a thing.
Yeah.
Because you literally
That was
wrote...
very much the point.
Yeah, because you wrote...
Technically, it is after the good end,
Well,
but
yeah,
it's
well, that's
the
the thing.
bad end.
What was it you wrote? It was, you literally wrote the phrase... something
I
like,
have been dead a century since.
I've been dead a
and I am,
century. It's like...
I've been dead a century since, and I can't remember.
Can't remember. I'm
bring
gonna
it
have
up
to
because it's a
find
good
it.
line.
I'm gonna have to find it.
I'm bringing it up because it's a good line. I can find it quicker than you can.
Yeah,
I
you
think.
can. You can find it quicker than me. Oop. Almost misclicked on the stream again.
Whoops, a daisy.
I almost did. I didn't quite, but I almost
Bad
did.
end, yeah, because it's the only one that's not in a folder. It's the last line. Yeah, I have been dead a century now, and round we go again. Yeah. Elves do not ever need to sleep. Instead, they go into a meditative state called trance. Once in this state, they practice a ritual exercise that allows them to rest, similar to dreaming. Inexplicably, Delmarin's visions have always included a single circle, not on any conscious level, entirely metaphysical. She is in that circle now, and so am I, and round we go again. I have been dead a century now, and round we go again.
It's so good writing. It's such good writing.
I was in some thoughts at the time.
Oh man, I mean, oh, stairs.
Now I've realised that story has the structure of a poem, but I've written it as prose, which is
Interesting.
we love to see it.
Stares at Das and just waggles eyebrows. It's like, Oof, anything is possible.
Right, I'm meant to be editing. I'm making good progress with this editing, actually, as much as we have been BSing. I need to fix
Yeah.
this fucking awful line.
Oof.
Oh right, this is. I was like, I'm doing really well, and then I got to the part where the editing really needs, like, it needs work. It's always transitional scenes, so like bits where I'm trying to do a time skip essentially. That the quality has been massacred in exchange for exchanging that much time. It's like, well, I have to fix this. Oh yeah, I remember this conversation.
Hi. Okay, you're pacing again. Oh, grumble, grumble. This is the boring time because Dad is asleep and Mother is working. And no one will pay attention to me.
Yeah, a lot of changes on that one tiny little thing. There's a bunch of them if you really think about it. I'm talking to Daz in chat.
Oh. Oof. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them if you really think about it with SKT.
Yeah, I mean, he's right, yeah. Kika would definitely not be... have her class, she would have something
The
different.
way she is. Yeah.
She would, I mean, she'd still look...
There's your druid.
Yeah, she'd look the same because that comes from Kirok, but her class would be
Parentage.
different.
Also, we would have had to have got the Ring of Wishes from Sensory in person. Instead of just wishing for it.
That's another can of worms.
Yep.
Because that means we would have gone and faced her, like, three levels before we actually
More than
faced
that.
her.
Yeah.
I mean, I get emotional about that as well because that was literally something of, we don't technically need to do this, but the party feel obligated to do so. Which would just hit me in the heart because I was like, Kirok could happily...
Last time the party were all together.
Yeah. Kirok could happily live her life not facing her past, basically. But the party was like, no, we're gonna help you and give you closure, and I was just like...
Yeah.
love you all so much.
Last time the party were all together was to do that. Last thing we did as a party.
Well,
Now I'm sad.
last thing we did as a party where we were playing them.
Last thing we did as a party, because that's where...
Of
well, a full
course.
party, I should specify.
Yeah, the OG party, yeah.
We had a full,
I
we had a
get what
full
you're
out.
saying.
Oh, that's true. Ashk wasn't there. I forgot about that. Ashk was there in spirit because I was wearing all her gear. Because Glory with Ashk's gear is busted. Because all of Ashk's gear is to keep Ashk alive longer.
Yep.
The minute you put it on Glory. That girl does not need to be kept alive. Yeah. Yeah, that fucking Disintegrate. I rewatched that back not that long ago, and I
Really?
forgot how that worked out, how that played out.
Clutch.
Well, not that long ago, it was a while ago, but like, in the grand scheme of things, I remember it. It was one of those moments where out of character and in character overlapped in like the perfect way.
Mhm.
You've been given a piece. I can hear your voice in my head so vividly. You've been given a piece of information by the DM. You should use it. Because Das had begun describing her action, and then we were like, "No, it's Glory's turn." Because I was gonna back off and let
Tian take it.
Tian take it.
Yeah, I remember.
She was like, "No." Burned into my memory. That is.
Oh, yeah.
Partly because I had to
it's
write it,
mine.
which means I had to really sit there and vividly recollect it. Because Kirok was carrying Roman over the pool of awful CC.
Yep, and she's nearly in the center of the room, so like, literally had a
Yep.
direct shot.
I remember. Glory possessed me for that. Like, it really was like... It was so physical. It's so hard to explain. Like, I think if we had played SKT in person, there would have been a lot of me, like, physically trying to move in front of people, because that's what I wanted to do when I was playing Glory all the time. I like wanted to physically.
Yeah. If we were sat at a table, I think at that moment I would have been holding your hand at that point.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, do you remember when we played that one session of SKT in real life?
Yeah, in the hotel room.
And there was a lot of me like pushing you behind my shoulder. That's what I wanted to do
You
all the
literally
time.
sat
with Glory.
between me and Das as well. I was like sat furthest
Yeah.
away.
Literally, that's like the instinct with Glory. It's like literally just put yourself between the problem and the person you're trying to help. And it was really like physically affected me too. Yeah, it does. I'm gonna trust my reader to understand what I mean there. The only downside of D&D in real life for me is I have to actually do math. Which is well recorded, I cannot do quickly. I'm so glad that in Oakhart your suspension of disbelief, all of you, is very forgiving. Because I cannot do math quickly.
It's not a bad comparison. Sensory's not a bad comparison, but it's like the way if we're coming back to me, the way I reacted to it, like the party was almost like, if anything, the party was like Tala, where they were all just like, we're gonna find her and we're gonna kill her. But me personally playing Kirok was like, I No,
avoid the problem.
I'm
yeah.
too scared. It was literally Kirok's thing was like, unless if it weren't for the party, she would have not done it. She would have.
Yeah.
She did not want to face that fear.
Now, Das, imagine if I'd had these glasses. How good that would have been. Instead of, oh, where are they? These boys. These poor boys. These boys have been through so much.
Oh, shit.
These poor 6-year-old glasses?
Aw.
There are a bunch of different variations on that DAS that are all equally sad if you want to indulge your brain for a while.
If you just want to sit there and make yourself sad for a while, then we can help with that.
I do it very often. Mood. Oh, I love D&D.
We all love Dungeons and Dragons.
See you, Doug.
Bye, Doug. Thank you for hanging out with us. Bye.
Yeah. Tomorrow I have to be up early to listen for a Pascal. So literally all day tomorrow is OCAR prep and I'm so excited. I'm so excited. See you, dude.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. On that note, by the way, any of the OCAR party, if there's anything I need to know, message me tonight or tomorrow, please. Need to redo this line again. I need to cut my hair.
I think most of the population needs to cut their hair.
Yeah. It's just like I keep lying to myself and being like, oh wait, not the way this feels. I'm just gonna cut my hair off. I'm gonna do it. My nan was a hairdresser. She can tell me if it looks terrible, and she will. She will.
Fair enough.
Oh my god, when I played Glory, that was my whole shit. Like, it's so weird how the character affects you and the way you play. Because, like, the jump from Glory to Marin to Posey is huge. But, like, when I was playing Glory, like, the serotonin in combat was, like, being the problem. Of being in the way, of being the thing that's like, no, target me. Of that moment of like, well, I was gonna go for this person, but you've been so irritating that I have to hit you. You know, that's the tank serotonin.
I imagine that's something that you two can relate on. I can't really relate to that.
Oh my god.
I've not really had a chance
Would
to
recommend
play.
everyone plays a tank at least once.
I tried to play a tank paladin, but unfortunately the party also had a barbarian and a fighter in it, so it's like,
Yeah.
I don't
Lot of
really
tanks.
need.
Too many tanks.
I don't need to tank because these guys can hold their own. But I spec'd into defense more than tanking. In that I had like the defensive thing. So it's like if they try to hit the barbarian, I can give them disadvantage on the roll. So even if they hit, it was less that they were going to hit and more that it's like, well, if they do hit, it don't matter because he has health.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like being an off tank in WoW, where it's like we had two tanks and we would just juggle the enemy between us.
Yeah. I feel that way with you and Thane. Tyler and Thane.
I don't know why, Tala hasn't got that much health, to be honest, in the grand scheme of things.
Well, no, if I actually fucking hit her, then I'll get rid of her. But I just can't.
Oh, there was venom in that. Am I
Mara's still in here.
Am I hitting a sore spot?
Mara's in here.
Am I hitting a sore spot?
She lives in here.
God, I feel like Ariash attacking James in the last session. It was like, if you knows what could have happened, you could have died, and then I just went, "Oh, would you have been sad?
Would you have missed
Would
me?
you have been sad if I died?" And I think I actually caught.
But yeah.
I think I caught them off guard with that because they just sort of went. It was like, oh no, I have contracted feelings.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's fun to play Tala because like the other characters that I've historically played, like Delmara and Kirok, have all been
Stay
scared.
away.
They've all been scared of their antagonists, whereas Tala runs
Tala
forward.
is the complete opposite.
She's the opposite. It's like, again, it's like the slight difference of like neither Del nor Tala were good people, but they are very different in how they behave. Del very much ran away and was very scared. But
Tala is running headlong
Absolutely.
towards the thing. Yeah.
Absolutely.
With so much purpose. Almost completely single-minded purpose.
She's literally an embodiment of a bullet with your name on it.
Yeah, for sure. She has one objective, and that is what she is working towards. That's it. Thane has 72 health. How much health does Tala have? Good question. I don't think you have more than, like... You're in the 50s, 60s, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm in the 60 zone.
Don't look it up. Keep doing art, but...
I'm not gonna look at it. Maybe I'm in the 70 zone? I'm not actually sure. Because I think I have...
The thing with...
I think I technically have the same hit die as you, actually, so it wouldn't surprise me if I...
You're a D10.
Yeah, I am a D10, so yeah, I have the same hit die as you. Because fighters and paladins...
That's how I ended up.
Fighters and
Posey
paladins
ended
are all
up
D10s
accidentally
as
being
well.
tanky.
Because they're all martial classes, the D10 is the martial dice.
Yeah. Oh. First person. It'll get you. Tala might have had more health than you at one point.
Maybe? I'm not sure.
Might have happened. But yeah, like, as far as like roles go, because obviously I played tank and then obviously Posey's big DPS. I was originally making her a little support, but she's big DPS.
I think Kika's leaning into support, really. Which is kind of how
Yeah,
Kirok
we
was.
kind of
even
swapped.
Even though Kirok was a sorcerer and a major powerhouse for damage, she also filled in a support role. So I suppose it's fitting that
Haste
Kika is
enlarge.
taking... It's fitting that Kika's sort of taking after her in that regard.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't intend, like, I took a lot of, like, support-ish spells for Posey in the beginning. But since she's got that crossbow, she's just become a monster. And, like, the serotonin for a DPS is so different.
Yeah.
Like, some of the rolls I'm getting with Posey, I'm like, Jesus Christ.
That's probably why I play DPS so much. It's just damage, dice,
It's a direct.
numbers.
It's really direct, the serotonin for DPS.
It is literally just.
It's like, how many dice can I roll?
How many dice and how many big numbers can I get? And it's just a direct.
Yeah,
"Ooh,
it's
feels
simple,
good."
basic serotonin injection. See, that's the thing. That's why I want to take levels in Rogue with Posey. I also get sneak attack dice.
See, I actually spoke to Spook because obviously he is the resident expert, and I was like, I was gonna multi-class Kika into Druid to get this Druid of Stars thing. What do you think? And he looked at it for a bit, and he didn't really give me an answer. He was more sort of like, maybe you could homebrew something that's better. And I was like, well, I asked you, I didn't ask you if I should homebrew something. I asked you, should I multi-class? And because he said that, I'm like, is that your way of saying that you don't think the multi-class
Don't
is
think
good?
it should do it, yeah.
Which has now sort of made me go on sort of like pause and go like, well, is it not good then? Is it not a good multi-class? Should I
Yeah.
not do it?
I mean, to some extent, fuck it. If it's what you want to do, don't care if it's good, but...
Yeah. I think his
'Cause that's
main
kind of like-
I think his main concern is like he was worried that I was only multiclassing for the aesthetic.
That's
than
a
like,
valid concern.
rather than like the stuff that Druid would give me. And I was like, well, Druid will give me good stuff. He'll give me more spells to work with. And he was
Give
like,
you
well,
spells.
yeah. And he was like, well, what kind of character are you playing with Kika? And I was like, well, Kika doesn't really have like a role.
She doesn't have a combat role.
She
yeah.
doesn't really have a role, which kind of is part of her story and her personality, is that she doesn't have a role because she's a baby. She doesn't know what she wants to do or what she's
She
meant to
doesn't
do, and is
have a
kind
combat. Yeah.
yeah, and she's kind of clueless in everything. I mean, the first combat, I made a point of pointing out that this was her first combat. She'd never killed anything before.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, she doesn't
remember.
really have a role, which means trying to work out what I want from her character mechanically is not an easy thing to do because
See-
she doesn't know and I don't know. That's part of the fun of playing her.
For me, Druid kind of makes sense in that respect because they're kind of off supports. In a weird way, or you can
Well, they're
make them like
versatile.
off supports.
They're versatile.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know how far I'm going to go into Druid either. Is the thing. Like
No.
minimum, I'm going to level 2 to get the starry stuff because yeah, I kind of want the aesthetic starry stuff.
Yeah.
And because and like, you know, don't know how high a level the campaign's gonna go. I'm not like Spook. Like when Spook makes his characters, he like plans them all. He literally plans them to level 20.
Yeah.
The campaign
Yeah.
campaign never goes to level 20, but he has them planned
No,
out.
but he knows what it's.
Whereas I
what
don't
he
do
would
that. I
yeah.
just tend, because I very rarely multiclass, I tend to just look at what I'm gonna get at the next level up, and that's it. So to look far ahead and be like, you know, am I gonna, you know, if I'm gonna go 2 levels into Druid, how many levels am I gonna go into Warlock? And I'm like, well, I don't know, because the campaign may only go to level 10.
Yeah. That's the thing with me and Posey. I'm pretty sure for both story and aesthetic reasons I want to go, and combat reasons I want to go into Rogue a little. But I don't know when. I don't know, because every level for me is kind of important.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing with
So
the
it's
Warlock as
like,
well. It's like, because
when-
you have such limited stuff, it's like
Yeah,
each
that's
level is
essentially what I'm working with too. Yeah.
each level is important. It's like, you know, do you want to delay how long it's going to take you to get your high level spells?
Yeah, but which you already don't get for forever.
Mm.
That's the thing with Posey, is obviously, like, I think she's like a tertiary spellcaster. Like, that's how
Yes.
far down the pecking
Yes,
order she
yes,
is.
they're tertiary.
So, like, I get so little. So it's like, in that way, going into Rogue
Yeah, it
makes
embraces,
sense, because then I'm
embraces
not
the
leaning on
martial
the spells
side.
so much.
Yeah, you're embracing the
But
martial
then is-
side then.
To some extent, I'm like, would that be a story thing? Although, do I want... But then, even putting aside the story thing, would I want to get my power level to a certain level and then just leave it? Like, I think, like, for the next, like, level, I get, like, quite a lot.
Yeah. And the
in
thing is as well
Bloodhunt.
is that it gets a harder choice as you go on, because obviously the gap between leveling
Yeah.
up becomes bigger. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, when am I next going to get the chance to take this level? If I don't
Yeah.
take it now. So
And I don't know how far into Rogue I would go either.
Yeah,
I
'cause
I
like
keep
so-
saying I would only go in for one level, but then would I?
Yeah, I don't know, because the cunning action is good at level 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, would I go up to level 3 then and get a
Yeah.
subclass? Then what fucking subclass?
Because the nice thing is that, like, I know I've had, like, AJ said that she would never multiclass into Druid because of the B-shaped thing, but we have the nice thing now that, like, the main thing that I would get from the 2-level dip is the star form, and that uses B-shape, so even though she would be a Druid, I probably wouldn't use the B-shape on her because no, it's not thematic and
Yeah.
I can't see her using it.
Unless it was like a panic, like I'm on low health, turn into a thing.
Yeah,
you know?
maybe. It's not something that would...
That's what Hurry does.
It's true. So I don't know. It would maybe be probably something to run away. Maybe if things are in a bad situation of like, well, I can already move very fast, so it would more be a case of turning into something small, so she's hard to find. Maybe
Yeah.
hiding, because you know Kika hides.
That's part
a
of
lot.
why Rogue for Posey as well. Hey.
But again, it's like
Bonus
when-
action hide. We love to see it.
It's like, because leveling, because you know we're already at a decent level within pop. It's like,
Yeah.
is this going to be a good time
Time to
level?
make some hard choices.
I'm here
yeah.
saying I'm going to multiclass in a druid. I don't know when we're going to level up next.
No.
Because we're doing milestone as well, so it's like
Or if we might die.
yeah, it's like we haven't even got the number of like, oh, we're halfway to the next level. It's like we're not doing numbers, we're doing milestone leveling now. So we literally don't know when we're gonna level up.
We'll probably have a vibe. If Okart has taught me anything, you guys will have a vibe when you're gonna level up. But
I'm happy to
Yeah, who
I'm happy
knows?
to go as high as possible because, you know, there's crazy stuff at high level.
go as far as the story makes it necessary. So if that's as high as it goes, it's as high as it goes. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough one. I keep asking I'm like, yeah. And because the thing is as well, if you're like me, you're like, I also want this to be a story thing.
Yeah. Like, thankfully, I think the story thing isn't too much of a stretch because I am a Fey warlock.
No, not for you, because it's kind of
Fae ties in
it's kind of
nicely
also
with
just part of Kika.
Yeah. The stars works because of how she is, and the druid nature stuff is already also there because of the Fae, so it's like, it's not a stretch to do it.
Yeah. Neither is Rogue for Posey, for the record.
Yeah,
but,
because
like,
of how she acts, to be honest.
it would be different.
She constantly sneaks off, so that works
If
already.
you did, she does, yeah. Grabs Posey by shoulders and shakes her. Yeah, but it would be like if I went all the way to 3rd level, then we're getting into like subclass territory.
Yeah.
Then it's like, what? And what subclass is worth grabbing for 1 level? Get out of here, Das. You can't menace me yet. We haven't started putting the foundations down yet.
Going back to what we were talking about earlier about how I visualise things, whether it's writing or art or DMing, so I've got a picture visualised that I may do in a future stream with Kika, and I can, and it's piece a diagonal piece, so one character in the top corner, one character in the bottom corner, coming together with a thing in the centre. And I don't know whether I'll make it a full picture because I rarely do full pictures, but I'll at least sketch it out, perhaps one of the streams. Maybe I'll do it next week if I remember.
Yeah. Ooh, laptop fans angry.
Ooh, I can hear
Hear them?
Yeah.
Yeah. You angry, Cecilia?
I think this is close to being it. I think I might
Yay.
sign that and call it done.
Yeah. Good time for it.
Yeah, it is a good time for it. It's 10 past midnight. I'm having concerned messages from various people being like, hey, you should sleep.
Sleep? Oh my god, I've forgotten the name of this character. I haven't written this in ages. Oliver. I don't have another word.
Let's take the back and go. Just the 2 of us. Huh?
It's fine.
Just kidding. Just kidding. You're the one that's changed. Maybe.
need to edit that, but I did. Small and little mean the same thing.
Okay. We'll finish it together. I'll race you. I'll race you. I'll race you. Don't ever change. Don't ever change. Oh? I just can't wait. Can't wait. If that's fail, it'll be great.
Who dares? Who dares message me?
Hello, Besso. You've been gone a while.
Hello, Besso.
I think we might be there.
I was actually about to say that. I'm happy with where this is at. Das, it's fine. It's part of the fun for me. Look at this good burb that you've done.
Yeah. No, so this isn't actually Veery, this is one of my other birds. Because I have...
One of the what?
Because I have many birds. No, this
Many
is Kika, who I play in Das's campaign. Because I am boring in the sense that I play the same races, but I always play the exotic races. So no, this is Kika. She's a different one. I do need to finish Viri's picture because that's another one that's been done for that needs doing for a very long time.
That was the one we started with, huh?
It was, yeah. The very first one was Viri.
So,
Yeah, Viri isn't even in my recent
oof,
because we've done loads more stuff since then.
many an art.
Yes. Let's have a look. Desktop, back and beyond. What? What are
Das
you
is
giggling
trying to
at?
take me out. Das is trying to take me out.
So this is the document for Viri, which is filled with loads of references.
So many references.
You see, Viri is slightly different from Kika in terms of like shape and markings.
Bird subtype.
Yes, different beak, different kind of feathers, different wings. Even without, but I mean, you can see all the references that she's going to be Kingfisher based.
Kingfisher baby.
Whereas Kika is a different bird. So I have multiple
And much
birds.
sparklier.
Yes. Oh, very good. I always forget sparkles, even though it's like one of her defining features.
And you should know the thing I'm giggling at is that there's a very good Tyler meme in our car.
Memes.
It's very funny.
Must
Memes
check
about your
memes.
characters. It's very funny. Made me laugh. It's very good. It's a very
It's
good meme
very
for
good,
people in
it's
chat
very
who
good.
wouldn't understand it. Put sparkles on before you get distracted by your phone, because we need to wrap.
Yes, I need to wrap up. That's fair. Let's get these sparkles going. Maybe I'll use this new sparkle brush I found.
Ooh, which sparkle brush?
I'm trying to remember which one it was. It was this one, I think. And to make it easy on myself, I use the same colour as her eye. Wow, look at that, magical.
Oh my god, that was so simple.
Yeah, I discovered a brush and it just made everything easy.
I think that was on one of these streams, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was on one of these streams I discovered it.
Suddenly, sparkly Birb.
Some of these sparkles are a little bit big. Particle size? Because brush size is not the same as particle size.
Yeah, exactly, Das. You know.
Let's turn down the density as well.
I've been listening to like good noir jazz music this whole time. I'm vibing. I'm gonna close this thing because I'm now at a point where if I look at it, I'll hate it.
Oof, far too big. This brush is slightly counterintuitive. Because the...
Because you can't control it exactly the way you want.
Yeah, but also, like, I'm used to doing like a quick thing to like have not a lot, and it's the opposite. So if you do it slow, you get very irregular. Whereas if you do it quick, you get almost like a line, which is like counter to how my brain wants to do
Weird.
it. Yeah, my brain is like, if you do it quick, you'll only get a few sparkles rather than loads.
Yeah. Is it also pressure sensitive?
Slightly, I think.
I like that they're not all the same.
Yes, that's what I'm liking about this as well.
Because it'd be very easy to make a sparkle brush and just make it all the same. Oh, my mic has just been open.
So I will try to remember to post this one tomorrow. I do want to post this one. I know I joked before where I'm like, oh, I'll post it tomorrow, and then I don't do it. This one I will. That is literally because when it comes to things like this, there are literally good and bad times for posting things, and this is actually a bad time to post things.
Yeah. I have no care, so I'll put my Howl chalk drawing up when the stream is done. Actively does not want people to see things. See you, ass. See you Thursday, if not before.
Bye, guys.
Wee.
Legitimately now the best. This is now legitimately the best reference for Kika that is going to be out in the world.
Hey.
Considering that I literally have a document that I've called Kika Ref and is unfinished. This is now probably going to be her new reference picture.
That's very on brand.
Oh yeah. Always late, doesn't finish.
For me too,
anything.
don't worry. Mood. That's the vibe.
A vibe!
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I know that I shouldn't be starting a conversation because we're about to wrap up. But like, I don't know what I'm gonna do when Flash Player stops getting supported at the end of the show.
I think the internet knows what it's gonna do.
Yeah. Because that's where all my D&D models come from for Okar. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. I may just not be able to have NPC models for Okar that I haven't already made. which is not ideal.
No.
Or I'll have to find ones that kind of do for combat reasons, and then just describe the shit out of them. And hope.
Okay, it's not too over the top, is it? Not like too
Yeah,
many,
let me
not
full
like too
screen,
many
yeah.
sparkles, is there?
Let me full screen you. No, absolutely not. I don't think so at all. Zoom out again real quick. There's two in the top right that are like, they have the glare effect on them, but it's quite big, so they look like bubbles.
Like that one there.
Hang on, there's a delay. The two big ones, the one just above her like top frong, and then the one above the big sparkle.
So that
Yeah,
and that.
that one and yeah. Because when you zoomed all the way out, I was like, are they bubbles? The rest look fine. Yeah. now I've made you see it. Oh no.
There's a few too many of this.
Move. Yeah. Yeah.
Two wings to be somewhat balanced. Especially since, because of
Yeah.
semi-perspective, the other wing is slightly bigger.
Mm.
Okay, well, it's a little bit more balanced, perhaps.
Yeah. I think there is actually more on the bigger one, but they're just smaller.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate that YouTube started doing a "Are you still listening?" thing. Don't do that.
Stop that.
Only
YouTube,
Netflix gets to judge
YouTube,
me.
the less interaction we have from YouTube, the better.
The better. Only Netflix and God get to judge me. And when in a couple of weeks' time, Spotify do their yearly roundup.
That's coming already, fuck. It feels like we
Yeah.
literally just had the last one.
Yeah. I dread to think. I can end the sentence.
Don't need to end the sentence. I can tell you for one that I'm gonna have...
I can make it even shorter. I dread.
I can tell you for one that in the last month, Besso has rocketed into one of my top artists.
I actually have no idea for once. Like, genuinely no idea. Like, last year I was like, it's Hadestown, obviously.
Oh yeah.
I've listened to so much Hadestown. But this year I have no idea. I feel like it'll be random stuff that I, like, hyper-fixated on for a couple days. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Or, like, stuff I listened to when I was finishing my dissertation. That is going to be what it is, isn't it? Like, Chip on My Shoulder from Legally Blonde will be one of them, if not the one. Because I listened to that and Almost There from Prince and the Frog. When I was finishing my dissertation the last, like, 2 days, alternating those two songs, that was it. That's all I listened to. So yeah, I'll imagine they'll be in there. I'm more interested to see how many hours it registers, because I've been listening across like 4 different devices this year, instead of listening mostly on my laptop.
It's all
which
in
is
your
what I normally do.
account, so... should all
Yeah,
register.
but some of them don't register. So
It should.
on if you listen on the web browser, it doesn't register.
Weird.
It does on your phone, but my phone's been crashing a lot this year. So I don't know if that's causing it problems. I don't know. I'll find out. I'll know if the hours are like significantly lower. Because like I hover about 50,000. Is that the right amount?
Okay, it is 12:30, but I think it's done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're done here.
look at her. This baby.
It's a baby.
It's a baby.
It's 12:30.
It is. Excuse me, I got hiccups as well. So I ran out of drink.
Oh no. Right. We will love and leave you all there.
Yes, thank you very much, everyone. Especially thank you
Thank you
everyone
for
who dropped
hanging.
a sub. I got like 3 subs from people.
Yeah.
You guys are so sweet. You don't have to sub to me at all. Gosh. But thank you. Thank you so much. And yeah, we'll see you next week for
Next week.
more
If
good
you
art
don't stream
stuffs.
before.
Yeah, more good art stuffs.
Yeah.
Take care, everybody. Mwah. Bye bye.
Yeah.